Right, we are streaming. Then we're going to start the call kind of backwards, but hey, let's see if we get the studio working. And then we're going to try and make the everything else work. Okay, it looks good so far. All right, that's the best that we can do. We are going to now try and look for Aristides and give him a call. All right. So the moment we go on call, then we go onto screen share and we try and figure this out. And let's hope everything works. The first thing I'm going to do is take a look at it says declined. Jesus Christ. Man, I hope he's all right. Other than that, I guess we're working by ourselves. Let's take a look at this. All right, dismiss that. Go back towards calling again and see if he responds. Okay, and hopefully he does. I hope everybody else is out there. Hey, are you all right? You pressed dismiss. You declined the call. Yeah. So let's share screen. No worries. I mean, these things happen. It's a new. Okay. I mean, we'll make it work. I had no time to talk to you privately. I had no time to talk to you privately, but we'll try and talk privately tomorrow. And in the interim, let's try. I'm sharing screen. We're sharing screen. Then we're going to go back to the call. See if we can go back to the call. Here we are. I guess we do it this way. And so if we go back to the call here, what do we do to bring everybody else on? Do you remember? Can you see this on the screen share, or you can't see the screen share at all? Okay. Yeah, if you could do that, take your time. Now, from what he said last time was just go to the last call, right? Just go to the last call and just click on that. Uh-huh. So we go down recent, and so last one was 515, right? Yeah. One of them says no audio in call. Ah, that one. That one. And click on it. Open it. Infinite call. Infinite call DDD. And then, okay, so here's the screen share. I press meet now. Meet now. Okay. All right. And so let's see what happens. Oh, that put you on hold. Mm. And so press the button. So let's see now. So then we go to Aristides. Press the button. Okay. Press call button and join call. Press phone button. Phone and join call. Join call. Aristides. Okay. Meeting in join call. Maybe he's responding. He's typing back. Okay. And so one call disappeared. Right. We're meeting now, right? Meeting in joint call. Let's see if we go back to there. We did it. Yeah. We did it. Now everybody just has to do what you did. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's just start pressing that call. Just start pressing the infinite call. Yes. Okay, and then you would answer that. Yeah. Oh shit! You're not showing up on the desktop audio. Fuck. Okay, so nobody can hear you. Let's see now. Let's take a look at. Oh fuck. Let's take a look at live stream and see what. Good evening. No audio for Aristides. Okay. So thank you. So let's see what we could do now. That means we got to go back to the. Okay, this, and then let me see, advanced audio properties, I think, and then desktop audio is mic monitor, not audio, not advanced audio properties. Let's see, it was, not this one, was it? Okay. How did this happen? There was an update. That's what happened. Well, there was an update. Shit. And then every time it updates, it no longer recognizes the mic. Okay, so what do we do to get it to recognize the mic? We need to, let me see, rename vertical layout filters properties, advanced audio properties, let me see if I can screen share here. Okay, so if we go to here, then we go to screen share. Let me see, how do we screen share on this? More options. Screen sharing. Screen sharing is not allowed in the meet. It's so that eliminates that. How does that work? Why is the screen share not allowed in the meet? It's screen sharing is not allowed, which eliminates that. I still can't believe it. I have to say it twice. So let me see, the desktop audio when it updates. It's okay. So I'm looking at this, and all I can think of is that little gear button. So if I look at the little gear button, then I think of lock volume, unhide all, hide, rename, copy filters, vertical layout filters, properties, active sources only, advanced audio properties, desktop audio, mic, auxiliary, active, volume, status, mic auxiliary, active, desktop audio monitor off. This is not the one. Okay, so that's not the window that I would normally go to. Fuck. So then this other window does settings. Okay, settings. Let's see that. And let's see if that gives us something. Then we go to, the audio. In settings, desktop audio 2 disabled. Okay, video hotkeys, advanced, stream, general, language output, projectors, system tray, and I'm feeling totally lost here. So I'm not seeing the windows that I used to have, but you can hear me, right? You're not speaking, so this is. It may be that I'll just have to. No, it's not. No, it's not this. No, when Skype updated, it didn't do this. It's only when the Microsoft Windows updated. Microsoft Windows updated, and that's what fucked it up. And then when the Microsoft Windows updated, it destroys the ability of the OBS to recognize the mic for anyone. So there would be no point in anyone joining the call. The problem is we used to have a solution to this where I would be able to find the mic, and then but I don't have that capacity anymore. It's OBS. It's in the OBS. I'd like to share the screen with you, but they won't even allow me to share the screen. And let me just think. T-Take here. Thank you, T-Tank, and at least I can maintain some degree of formality here. Thank you, T-Tank, Barry, and then give him thanks for that. And just hope that the number of people joining us can provide us some hints. So there's nothing I can do in the studio. When I go to the call, back to the call here, then when I take a look at the Meet now, let's see, more call options, video call, audio call, update settings, we don't need that. Search, we don't need that. Camera, okay. Apparently we can share things like this. Now, what time is it here? Real Tech Geek was talking. What's his name said there was no audio in the call. That was last night. Marcus unread. Open in new window. Screen sharing is not allowed. So for some reason the screen sharing is not allowed in this meeting. How did that happen? So it wasn't like that before. I could share the screen easily. And oh, I know. Maybe it goes into this. There we are. Now I can share the screen. Okay, so I share the screen. There we are. So I share the screen, and here we are on OBS. So here we are on OBS, and this, now we have a problem with this here. Can I move this? Oh, shrink it. I can shrink it. Okay, so you are seeing the OBS. So here we are in the OBS, and this is the gear that I traditionally would click. I would click that, and then it would have, so this is where we have you, and your desktop audio is not being recognized. So maybe the other option would be to click this gear, but that wouldn't make any sense. The other option is this gear, but this gear doesn't do anything. So I press this gear, it doesn't do anything. Duration here. Scene transitions, no. Stop streaming, stop recording, start virtual camera, studio mode, settings, exit. So the only other thing I could think of is settings. So it looks like there's basically that option, but here's what happens when I click this gear, which I swear to God I clicked last time, and it gave us the key. But instead we got lock volume on hide all, hide, rename, copy filters, paste filters. This is all not anything to do with anything. Advanced audio properties, the only thing I can think of, it just gives us this. And there doesn't seem to be any ability to scroll anywhere else. Desktop audio, you would think, yeah? Right. Yeah. And then we take a look at settings. All right, let's take a look at settings. And again, general, language, output, source alignment, snapping, projectors, system straight preview, importers, studio mode, multi-view, okay, stream, okay, service, well, we don't want stream. We don't want audio is the only one I could think of, really, or advanced, maybe advanced video recording, stream delay, network, sources, hotkeys. It's yeah, nothing there. With audio, back to audio, mic, meters, advanced, hotkeys. It doesn't look like I got any options that I can recognize. It is very bizarre. So it looks like I'm just writing this alone tonight, and of course this would happen, and I'll need some tech support from anyone. Yeah, look up what you can. If you have any ideas, just interject. Obviously, I can hear you if no one else can, and you can hear me. So, okay, let me just get back to the call, sharing the screen here, and just basically press stop sharing, and then we go to, yeah, it's like there's a call within a call, the way these things work. All right, so nobody can hear poor Aristides, though he would normally be giving his blurb, and I'm sure he would have delivered an excellent blurb today, as he always does, and we can look forward to working with him throughout the night as well as we are able. In the interim, we're going to ask everybody to continue to join us and just pile up. As soon as the numbers get adequate, I'm going to go kicking into monologue, because I'm, you know, I'm left with no option. And But I would appreciate every once in a while Aristides talking, just so that he would just give me the feeling that I've got a partner in crime here. And all such being said, no need to be so, no need to be so self-conscious. Oh, you're a cautious individual. Yes. And yes, so I appreciate the humor. I wish other people could hear it so they could also appreciate it. And as I get myself together and breathe and just prepare to dive into the show tonight, I dive into monologue. I can only say that what we'll try and do before Wednesday, because Wednesday will be here before we know it, is that we will hold a private Skype call in which Aristides and I will try and figure this out together privately. And if anyone sees the OBS come on at that time, it will be a trial run or a test. No. It seems that way. Oh, yeah. No, no. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mhm. Yeah, Aristides is just following up to see what he can find. Otherwise, I'm just going to dive into monologue, and which will make it a somewhat different show. It'll be shorter but more intense in its own way. And hey, at least you'll hear me talking to voices that are effectively, truly in my head. This is, whenever you hear me speaking, it will be to Aristides and whoever joins the call. And we'll do our best to try and figure things out. This is not a Skype issue. It's not a Microsoft Teams issue. It is a Microsoft issue only in the sense that when Microsoft updated, every time it does that, it knocks the Yeti mic out from being recognized by OBS. But whereas before, I would go into OBS and recognize where to go, I can't see anything that I can recognize as going anywhere in the OBS at this time. It doesn't seem to offer me the options that it did before. Properties, maybe click. It's. I have no idea. The one thing I used to click is no longer working. It's not. It's not working. This is terrifying in its own way, but we just deal with it like we deal with everything else that happens in life, disaster upon disaster. All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not the call. It's not the call. It's not the call. It's not the call. It's the OBS. See at this. No, 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 no. Guarantee you that. No, no. It has to do with the Microsoft Windows itself. In other words, the very matrix in which we're operating, it's not the Microsoft Teams at all. It's not the Teams. It's the oh well. It's like we'll do our best. We'll mess with this when we're alone. By that I mean when we're on a private call. We'll have to arrange for a private call within the next few days. At the worst, it'll be on Friday, which would mean I would go through 2 episodes with just by myself. At the absolute worst, we'll go through 4 episodes by myself, and we'll just take it from there. We're gonna make this one day at a time, but we will bring people on the call. It's yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying, hey, we got to be realistic here, and realistic is. It's like everybody put those upvotes, and we need all of your support. We need your financial support. Obviously, times are hard, and they're getting harder every minute. I want to thank Brooke Hagberg for her auto donation. She has $40 a month on auto payment. We're going to need plenty more help from whoever can help before the end of the month in order to prepare for next month, as well as paying rent this month. When I take a look at my Google Calendar here, I bring that up. We've got today, we've got Wednesday. We will hold at the absolute latest private calls, maybe tomorrow during the afternoon, Aristides and I, just to figure out something about this. Or in the worst case scenario, Tuesday night. That probably is more realistic. Tuesday on Eventide. I won't be home till about maybe 5-ish, 6-ish my time, which would be about 9-ish Aristides time. So on Tuesday the 20th, I will try and give you a call about 9-ish p.m. You know, at the time the show starts, I'll give you a call the night before the next show. The next show will be on Wednesday night, and I will give you a call on Tuesday night at the same time that the show starts, where you and I can just share a screen and mess around a little bit and see if we can figure something out. Yeah. 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 Okay. I would prefer if we just wait till Tuesday for that. Well, if you got a YouTube, you can just give me a link. I mean, you know, you can provide me a link through. Okay, 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 okay. Thanks. Okay, great. So let's do a screen share again. Do you want to do a screen share, or do you know how to do a screen share? Okay, I'm doing a screen share again. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm doing a screen share, and thank you for the link. So what you're saying? Can you see the screen share? Yeah. See settings here. Set settings. Yeah. Yeah. I open it up. Yeah. 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 Multi-view. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So mic auxiliary audio default. How about default? There we are. That might be it. Okay. So microphone Yeti. There we are. Okay. So it should be that. It says Yeti stereo, desktop audio. Well, as you got. Okay. Okay. Oh, device not connected or not available. Okay. Yeti microphone. There we are. And then okay. And and let's see now. Speakers, Yeti microphone, desktop audio. Say something. It it doesn't look like it's recognizing you. Uh, it says and I press the Yeti stereo microphone. In either case, it's not. It's got it on red, like it's got it on red as if it's. What else would it be? Desktop audio too. Hmm. Okay. Oh my god. Leave the mic one. Okay. Yeah. Well, it was on default before. I just made it Yeti. It seems to still be hearing me. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah. And everybody else in the audience, let us know as well. T Tank Berry, can you hear me? Yeah. whatever the sound thing is. Well, what is the sound thing in my Windows? Oh, okay. Device not connect. It's default. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then the mic was I had was yeah. No, you're not showing up there. Yeah. Let's try again. Say something again. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, that's only if it works. You hit apply if it works. Okay. Well, the desktop audio is default, and the auxiliary audio is Yeti. So is that sound all right? Is apply?
Hit
Okay.
apply. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
well, oh, look, you're registering.
Well,
We can hear you.
okay. Was that it?
I guess that was it. It doesn't make any fucking sense,
Whoa.
but I guess that's it.
Let me.
Jesus Christ, that's incredible. So say hello to everyone, and they
Hello,
should be able
hello, everyone. Someone, please
to let us know.
comment.
Yes, let us know if you can hear us. And
Okay, I heard myself. So
Yeah.
we're good. That's
Yeah.
it. So there you go.
yeah. Oh, that's
That
incredible.
video. Okay.
Yeah, so we did it. We
Okay.
did. Thanks to you.
Yeah.
Thanks to you, my
Yeah.
executive producer. He's an engineer of all seasons and of all flavors. And he says Aristides clear, 100. Excellent, T.
Good,
Barry. We couldn't
good.
do that without you either. So yeah, again, so by all means, dear Aristides, your blurb, please, sir, if you would be so kind.
All right. Finally, the blurb. We'll try to make it quick. Please hit the thumbs up vote. It's important for the algorithm. People put down votes you can't see. YouTube hides them. That's normal these days. But it stops Douglas from being discovered as easily and found searches easily. So please hit the thumbs up. Please make sure you're subscribed there with the subscribe button being on and the notification bell on, so it'll give you a pop-up whenever a program starts on time or otherwise, such as a restart situation. You have an account to do these things, so you can, because you can go under your account settings and actually create sub-channels. They're usually used for different types of content. You don't have to have channels, but you can make them, and once you make them, each one can do their own thumbs up. So one person can do more than one thumbs up if you're that ambitious. But please, at the least, just hit the thumbs up. And also, if after the fact, there are comments enabled after the show is live. There are comments under the program window. Douglas will put a pinned comment there. Please make sure you upload that and any other positive comments. And let's see. Please, we're so distracted that I did not put the PayPal donation link in, so I will put that in the YouTube chat. I don't think I don't see that Nemo had done it. Sometimes he does it when he's on. So there's his PayPal. If you can find that link, click it. Please send him money. If you can't find it or you're only hearing audio, go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich to find him there, and please send him money and contribute. So he can buy, if anything, better equipment so this stuff doesn't happen. Let's see. Or whatever he needs. He needs basic necessities also. So the YouTube link in the browser bar, that remains the same both during and after the program. You can save that. You can post that places, put it in your notes, send it to your friends, whatever you want to do there. And where else am I forgetting that I would normally say?
But take your time. It's like you said, let's do this blurb in a hurry. There's no point in doing it in a hurry. Now that we've got things working, take your time.
Right.
You can make it last as long as... I wouldn't care if you lasted half an hour, personally. You'll be fine.
Well. Everything for half an hour. Okay. Well, all right. And what else? What else would we usually say? If Nemo was here, he would say... please download and re-upload the content, which is a little more technically involved. But if you are capable of doing these things and creating or uploading them to an existing channel, please consider doing that. Let me see. I'm actually going to see if I put the upvote on the last one. That's all right. What else? What else am I supposed to blurb?
You're doing great. You're doing
yeah,
great.
there I go. Upvote on the last one. Yeah, really. Yeah. Upvote the other guy. I got the person's comment there. And how? Where are we at here?
Basically,
about two-thirds of the way through the month. The money situation, I'm sure, could be better.
to say the least.
Please consider sending Douglas a little bit of money. It's $20.
Actually, no. We need $100 contributions just to make the rent. We're always running on fumes. Right. So
true. Ideally, yes, but if you cannot afford 100, please don't hesitate to send what you can afford.
Yes, of course. Yeah. It's always here we are. Join chat here. Let me see. Somebody sent this. Oh, this was you. You entered something.
Okay, that was me. So we're at the point where we're still here, and we're still meeting now, right? We're still.
You mean like we're all on the call? You mean, right?
Yeah. Like other people could join now if they want, right?
Yes, that's correct. Other people can join now if they want. It's not pointless like it was moments ago. I mean, not that it's ever pointless. It's always nice to have the voices in my head, so to speak. Everybody behind me providing moral support, but then I would wind up reading out aloud a lot of what they're saying. I think what Aristides sent me was an interesting video. This is incredible, actually. So thank you for finding that. I'm pretty impressed. So this is a YouTube video about OBS, no audio in OBS solved. Incredible that you did that. It was through what he looked up so quickly that we were able to resolve this. Rather, Aristides resolved it, so that's why he is the executive producer. All such being said, let me open up the chat. And so Aristides has invited everyone. Join now, everyone. Either the phone icon or meet now, depending on device. Excellent. As a matter of fact, why don't you just say that out loud?
Well, what out loud to whether hopefully they're listening also. But join us, guys. Guys, come on, you've been around. All the regulars. Now's the time. They join, or if you're around, or get on your team. Write in the chat. Hey, we're here. I'm here, ready to join. Anybody?
And just say out loud what you wrote in text. Just basically either the phone icon.
Okay. Yeah. Either the phone. Okay. So I think depending on the device, if you're in the join group chat here, infinite call, and depending on your device, you will want to the PC. It's the meet now. Does it look like to everybody the little vertical hashed lines, and then it says meet now. So I guess that would be. No, wait. Oh, I accidentally clicked it. I hope I'm not meeting. I don't know.
Ooh, that caused a redundant.
Okay, hopefully that stops now. Did that stop?
It did.
Okay,
it did.
Good. Yeah. So I guess it can go in parallel. I could meet with both of the things, or I could switch. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, good to know.
It's good to know. I was literally talking on teams on two different. That's good.
Yes.
On the phone, I guess. Let me see here if we go in Teams. Join group chat here. So I'm already in it, but I think if you're not in it, it's the little phone icon, and then it'll say call everyone. I heard you. I finished the last one. You were talking about it with Brendan again. Mm-hmm. It'll say, do you want to call everyone? But you actually are not making a new call because there's already a call. So I was afraid of that at first. I'm like, oh no, it's going to double up on calls. And once you hate that, you finally get a call established, and then it's like separate call, and it's like, no, it will join into the same call. So
yes,
right.
Yes.
That's what we've established.
I think yes. I mean,
it was counterintuitive.
Yeah. Yes. Perfect. That's a perfect way of describing it. It is. Yeah. It's all fucking counterintuitive. Yeah.
It should say, "Do you want to join the existing call?" And then people would be like, yes, that's what I wanted."
Yes, that's right.
That is what, in fact, you were doing.
Mm-hmm. And so joined. So I think we just got something from somebody. Was that John Doe?
Hondo.
John Doe participating. We love you, John. Don't be afraid to see if you can test your audio, John. You can come on and say hi if you wish. And of course, I want to just heart everything that Aristides has said or sent. And with that, we'll still dive into monologue because no one else has joined us, and we might as well get started. We've got good numbers, and we might as well just dive right into it. But before we do that, let's again invite T-Tank if you want to, since you've effectively joined the call. If you want to just test out your audio, feel free to do so. Come on in and say hi. If you don't feel like doing so, no worries. And either way is great. And in the interim, how about Aristides in terms of current events, anything that strikes you as important to emphasize? Let me know. What is it that strikes you in particular about current events and what's going on right now?
Me, I suppose you're asking me because there's nobody else here.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yes.
Let me see what I had that we didn't cover before. Again, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know of all the current events. I did have a little kind of spot where I was a new spot where I was trying to save that stuff. A little dedicated save area instead of getting it mixed up. Yeah, the ongoing. I think the real big thing is this. Okay, what somebody put as the U.S. Might be feigning a breakup with Netanyahu, right? There's all that, and what really is the agenda there? Was the goal to reach an agreement with all the countries of the Middle East, in order to cement Israel's security. So would it be that simple? Right. Yeah, we're done with you. We're breaking up with you. Yeah, right. Yep. So figuring out what the real agenda there is, I would think that they don't tell you. Not really, because we all know where Mr. Trump's loyalties lie. That type of thing does not change overnight.
Yes.
Or by his own free will, likely. So, yeah. So, I think it's all big show.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. There's that element to it, and
so we can get back to that. So the ongoing, what's going on? What's the update on the India-Pakistan war?
Oh, that. I mean, Jesus Christ. Do me a favor. You're good at this. Look it up and give me your impression about the Indo-Pakistani war.
Right.
I would presume nothing much has happened because we haven't woken up to people telling us about impacts on the economy or environment concerning nuclear exchange. It's just one of these things. Well, everybody, I want everyone to know I'm breathing, centering myself, and getting ready to Aristides.
The humor there. Let's see.
Oh, that's adorable. Yes, that's adorable.
I see.
And,
all right. So it's a lot of stuff about the the big breakup show with Israel and Netanyahu again, as as I already said. I mean, I'm just scanning through stuff I see. I'm looking for something else. Meanwhile, Israel's moving in, getting ready to move in. And really move in on Gaza, like as if there was really anything left but a bunch of starving, dehydrated, half dead, poor people.
That's
there.
If that.
Right. And maybe a few guys in tunnels, trying to bravely trying to resist, what's happening. Let me see. I'm scanning through other stuff here.
Yeah. By the way, I'm just breathing. It has nothing to do with sighing. And tomorrow's weather is coming in sunny. High, low. Jesus Christ. If I'm lucky tomorrow, I'll be sleeping. And all right. Yeah. Oh, look at this. The official White House website, whitehouse.gov. The whitehouse.gov says, trillions in deals secured for America, thanks to President Trump. The United Arab Emirates are to invest $1.4 trillion in the United States. I feel safe now.
So right. So
the sheiks are coming to save us.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like pretend you broke up with your girlfriend, talk to all the other girls, and then let me see. It's hard to get a concise status on the current situation of India, Pakistan. I don't know.
Say I don't care. Say I don't care.
Yeah, right. All right. Well, I'll keep trying to scan there.
If nothing's showing up with your first sweep, they haven't nuked each other. I think we can.
It's a lot of shit. Right. Nothing. I'm not. If I type in India-Pakistan war, nothing comes up about nuclear weapons detonated. So we're probably about at the same. There might have been some scuffles. Did you ever see that video? I think somebody posted it in one of the chats once, where like they're doing that ridiculous dance, like that very. To each other at the border.
Yes.
Yeah.
So tell me what you know about that.
Yeah. No, I don't know, but it just reminded me of those crazy birds in the jungle that they do those like elaborate dances to like dance each other down.
Yes, they even have the feathers. Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, this is what they do to, as a matter of fact, they get really bad about it. They like they break their heels when they slam their feet down into the ground. Oftentimes there's broken heels from the injury. They throw each other back, they flip each other back, just by trying to outdo each other and out-peacock each other. They're trying to out-peacock each other, and they wind up flipping back on their own back and hurting themselves. It's awful. Anyhow, Eric Cradle says, hi, Team Dietrich, and so welcome. So let's welcome him. Welcome and hugs. Eric Cradle. There we are. And okay, it's been a hell of a start. It's been a rocky start, and I should have thought of this when the stupid Microsoft updated as soon as I turned the computer on, and then I managed to forget every time. What I do want people to know is that our man Aristides is making a lot of valuable points. And it's points that I will take into account in monologue. So what I'm going to try and do is basically absorb what he said and kind of filter it through my mind and come up with basically an analysis. And it's a repulsive subject. I'm all too familiar with the Middle East, and I don't like talking about it. But at the same time, it's necessary. So, what about yourself? In terms of, have you been to other places in the United States or around the world? I mean, you never talk about it much.
Limited, not as much as I'd like to, but very limited.
Yeah, and so. I think that you're not missing out on much.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I am, but
Yeah, but you're a good guy. You shouldn't expose yourself to a lot of what's out there.
oh,
It's just so much of it's
um,
depressing. The depressing thing is to realize that a lot of it is, you can't do a lot about negative situations, and then you do what you try and help people a little bit at a time, and it all winds up very personal. It's like because you're just
right. Well,
yeah.
maybe I don't care about that, and I just want some better weather and a change of scenery.
That would help. Yes, that would
Yeah, yeah,
help. True,
yeah.
true.
Fuck
Touche.
their problems.
Touche. Touche.
Eh,
Yeah.
you know,
You've got the right attitude then.
hate to
Oh,
be selfish, but
yes, yes, and I'm proud of you. Yes, sometimes we have to think of ourselves, but in this case, I'm asking everyone to think about me. If you value what I do and the service I provide, which is analysis, you're not going to find any place else because nobody else has any sense of honesty like I do. Everybody's trying to cover their ass diplomatically, and they just are trying to. I don't know how these guys get paid. I mean, the shit they say is it's like it doesn't even it's meaningless. You wonder about it, and yet people are paid to be talking heads, and they don't really say shit. So I do say something, and what I say is not only to provide analysis, I often provide solutions. Like, here's what could be done. Nobody else does that. And when they do, it's always lame or something stupid. Probably the only solutions I can't provide you, other than, in a sense, platitudes, is for your personal finances in a time like this, because the country's going to shit. The economy's going to shit, to say the least. When I say the country's going to shit, then that's too easily, how would I say it, confused with the culture wars of the radicalized right, and they'll say the country's going to shit, and it's like, okay, what do you mean? And it'll be something incredibly stupid. It'll be something like twerking. Twerking. Yeah, you see
right.
that twerking? It's like, okay. I'm not a particular fan of twerking, but it's like, how is that rendering the destruction of civilization? It may be something you just don't look at it. Stop looking at it. It's, of course, there's environments where you pay to see people do risque things, and these used to be called burlesque joints and the like. And believe me, I miss them. I miss when risque behavior had a place where you could go and pay. It's you don't have that anymore because it's just kind of everywhere. It's just everybody does it in front of you, and but they're not people you would pay to have do it in front of you. They're just generally people that you wouldn't you'd have to be paid to look at them. So it just you can't win. But saying that, I'm just right now just kind of absorbing what I remember or recall about what I've been teaching the Blood Boys about world affairs recently, and seeing if I can relate that to all of you in a less lecture-y fashion. I mean, well, here's a question. Here's a question for Aristides, because I would normally ask Holly a question like this, and Holly's, I would ask her, do I ever sound condescending? But then it's kind of a loaded question because she's a female, and when I talk to females, I do speak differently than when I speak to males. So when I lecture and go into monologue, have you been able to review like the last monologue, like the latest monologue before tonight? Have you been
I
able to finish that episode?
I did work through the whole thing. Now, of course, some of it might have been kind of at high speed and
Yeah.
not with the greatest attention, but I did my best
I
amongst
appreciate
other
that.
things.
I appreciate that profoundly. And did you was the message clear to you about what I was trying to say about Germany and Ukraine? that there's a need for a two-toe Ukrainian axes to develop with Germany's money and Ukraine's combat experience.
I think you have brought it up more than once, so I'm
Okay.
familiar with you're saying that. Yes.
Okay.
Uh,
And
hey,
I'm sorry. No, please.
no, just unrelated aside, just real quick. I think you had brought up that the book, the Volkswagen book. What was it? Was it called The People's Car?
I believe so, yes. But I can look up the title again. I actually assigned it as a
Right.
reading material.
Bernhard, because I meant to like stop and like write it down, but Bernhard Rieger, was that the one?
I believe so, but I can look it up. I mean, we can make sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, not a problem. Let me look it up.
Yeah, no rush, no rush. I think that looks like the one. I do.
I'm trying to.
Bernhard Rieger reveals how a car commissioned by Hitler and designed by Ferdinand Porsche became a global commodity.
Well,
That's
it. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, uncanny success hinged on capturing the imaginations of executives, engineers, advertisers, car collectors, suburbanites, hippies, and everyday drivers across the nation.
Yeah, and what about it? Did you hear what I also said about developing an automobile for cities because of the fact that otherwise we're going to wind up with basically like the airlines, just two companies producing effectively all the cars on Earth other than for Lamborghinis and Ferraris that only the rich will buy. Everybody else will be in boxes that... then I went off on basically how in San Francisco you have the... the Waymos and these automated cars and how they really are testing them out as kind of like these mobile hotel rooms for people to fuck, their hookers in and take the drugs in. And I'm not being a prude here. I'm just saying that of all the things, the ways to start it, it's kind of like they got it bass backwards. And I was pointing out how your average private driver who is trying to drive to work and drive back home every day is the one that's actually far more dangerous and probably needs to have a Waymo shoved onto their lap so that we get them to stop driving and killing other people while they're all high on pot or loaded with alcohol. In the interim, instead they try all this shit with let's give them free rides for a while, which no wonder they were always empty. I don't think anyone knew they were free. And then they started charging for them, and people started using them as fuck buddy meetups. It's just weird. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's who wants to get inside one of those when all you're gonna find is used condoms and used needles? It's just stupid. But if they just gave them to private drivers to get them to work and back, as to build up a clientele, fuck, most people would go for that. Great, I can go to work and sleep on the way there. I'm in. That's So I don't know. You have any opinions on that? Any impressions? Any thoughts when I was going off on that? Yeah. That's don't answer all at once. It's did they cut him off again? What the fuck?
No, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry,
yes,
I was momentarily paying attention to something else.
No worries.
Sorry. So briefly, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead briefly if there was a question, just a short version.
Oh, yeah. Just, did you have any opinion on the automated cars, the Waymos, the robot drivers?
Yeah. I think in a strictly in a busy city environment, that could be a possibility. As opposed, you've had plenty of, taxi cab driver experiences that probably weren't, the greatest. So it can't be worse.
No, but how would you feel comfortable, like if, like the time I was in the car with V and I said, "Wow, it's hard for me to imagine someone trusting themselves to a robot driver." And she said, we'll all be trusting our lives to a robot driver someday. And I realized she was right. This is what they're working towards. But what I mean to say is, how about you personally? Is that something you would welcome, or do you feel that you'd rather retain your independence as a driver for as long as possible?
If I visited a city and they had that, I would give it a shot.
Okay.
Because most of the stuff in it, like a busy downtown is not high speed anyway, right? I mean,
that's true.
So.
But believe me, the robot drivers make it even slower. But go on.
Right. So, and you'd probably be sitting and even if you did crash, you're probably sitting in the back, which is a safer place to sit than the front in a crash.
True.
And yes. I wouldn't want to bring my car to drive in the city because it's just a nightmare. It's like, I was like, oh, $50 for parking, and it's like, well, so possibly. But as far as kind of suburbanite around town stuff, like, no, I'd have no use for that.
Okay. Yeah, you prefer to drive on your own when you're at home, so to speak, in your home turf, your territory.
Right. I'm saying I think the city's a different thing because the city is already such a challenged environment when it comes to cars.
Also, I presume that if you were on the road, like going on a road trip, you would prefer to be driving yourself.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for opening.
When I'm doing 90 down the highway, man, that better be me in control.
Yeah.
Not that I would.
Understood and appreciated. Okay, so I've got some questions in already about the photographic image and thumbnail of live stream, and hopefully the very holiday. The National Awareness Days, if people don't prefer the term holidays, because nobody traditionally gets a day off for any of these days, so most people have a hard time thinking of them as holidays, but it is in the title, Armed Forces Day, which I thought was incredibly ironically. For those of you who don't know, Armed Forces Day is, I believe, the third Saturday in May. I will cross-reference that right now just to make certain that I am correct. Yes, the Armed Forces Day is the third Saturday of May, and it is in the same month as the Memorial Day weekend. And I don't know if this is by accident or design, but I think it's rather stupid because Memorial Day, people get a day off. And everybody goes batshit because, they cry and weep over the fallen veterans, but they also don't understand that there are at least 3 holidays, albeit there are many more days than most people are aware of, including people in the military, which are all about our militarized society. Our society is like militarized to the gills, to the point where we've got more veterans than you can shake a stick at. More veterans than any other nation on earth, because America is an aggressor state and a imperialist economy. Another way to say it is simply, it is an empire. So understand that you need to perceive America as an empire and not as a republic, and you have a instant grasp of history that you've never had before. Suddenly everything makes sense. Wow! This is why we're always at war. And as a result, we have a lot of quote-unquote veterans. And as a further result, because America's empire is so militant and they're afraid that the veterans will rebel and basically revolt and take over, which is essentially what happened in a book published by a man called Robert Heinlein. And Robert Heinlein was one weird dude. He was he's a lot like Nick Redfern. And Nick Redfern is a weirdo from Britain who married an American woman and decided that he was going to get U.S. citizenship. And therefore he pulls this patriotic trip and says, I don't like to talk about Douglas Dietrich because I'm struck by his anti-Americanism. Meanwhile, this is a guy who claims that Roswell was the U.S. military, shooting up retarded children into the sky in like little tests of escape pods or survival pods, in which they had a almost 100% death rate, and this was just to test out if it would shatter their guts on impact and shatter every bone in their body on takeoff. And apparently they all died from this. This is what he claims happened at Roswell, and these were all deformed kids that were retarded and suffering from extremely rare genetic disorders and anomalies, and basically like Methuselah syndrome and encephalitis, where you get a lot of water on the brain and a very big head, physically big head, not big-headed like arrogant. And so he claims that this is what was going on, with absolutely no evidence, as circumstantial or otherwise. But he wrote books on this, and he not only books on it, but he revised them and expanded them. And so you're talking about somebody who is obviously deranged, but he'll write a different book that'll have a completely different scenario, as if there's no connection to what his other book presented. In other words, he has no continuity of narrative. It's every book he writes is completely separate from the other. And in one universe, they're calling up demons from other realms that are bringing in the UFO phenomenon, which is not to be dismissed at all. But then he'll write another book saying something else. So, you just got somebody there who's, it doesn't make any sense. It's just there's nothing to be learned or had or or taken from an individual like that. They have no stance. They're on shifting sands or a foundations of quicksand. There's no you can't trust anything they're saying, because they really aren't coming from any direction. They aren't coming from anywhere. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the reason that I brought that up as an example of kind of like wherever my mind was going at the moment, we were talking about any number of things, while I get myself into the fugue or trance state to start into just monologue and talking about current events. It's why did I bring that up? It's can you remind me? Do you have any idea what train of thought I was on, or did you just tune out?
Not sure. We started talking about Heinlein.
That was it. Heinlein. Heinlein was like that. Heinlein
Yeah.
was like Nick Redfern. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Heinlein was like Nick Redfern, and Heinlein wrote the book. What was it? A Stranger in a Strange Land, among many, many other books. Which was all hippie dipshit, and it was the Bible of the Manson family cult. Then, so he's like the ultimate hippie. Then he writes Starship Troopers, which was a book about the veterans taking over the United States and then the world. And that was, and so in order to prevent that from happening after World War II, because they had so many veterans coming home, the United States basically established the GI Bill, which then put every veteran, if they wanted to go to college, into college. And that led to an enormous economic age of prosperity. That was a golden age of prosperity, was ushered in by the US GI Bill, which no longer exists in any practicable form. The United States GI Bill has been nerfed. It's been eviscerated and emasculated. It's been castrated to the point where, now they tell you that for every dollar you put in, we'll put in $1 towards your college, which means since you don't have two nickels to rub together, you aren't putting any dollar into college, and they put nothing in either. And so you get nothing for college anymore, and therefore you wind up going to community college. But they'll somehow take credit for that and say that he's doing it, the veteran, via the GI Bill. Okay, so it no longer means anything. However, due to the fact that we have so many veterans and they help them with everything else, meaning they want them all to be welfare recipients so that they never rebel, the largest healthcare system in the world, larger than the health system for all of communist China, larger than the health system for all of Asian India, larger than the national health system of the British Empire, the NHS, The largest healthcare system in the entire world is the United States Veterans Administration. If you really wanted to cut the budget, just cut the VA. That's because that's everything. That's the real. That's what's taking everything. You've got 20% of the population is veterans. 20% who get everything. And I mean everything. Interest-free loans. That's interest-free loans plus free housing plus free medicine, free medical care the rest of their lives. Everything. You're paying for that. We're all paying for that. That's 20% of the population, people. That's all. And they all get checks that put welfare checks to shame. That's it. You can't afford this. Why are you paying this? What have they done for you? They claim they saved you. Saved you from what? From what? They didn't do anything. Which I proved they didn't do in World War I or World War II. That they didn't win those wars. And they certainly didn't win any war ever since. I mean, really? They'll tell you themselves they lost in Vietnam. They'll tell you themselves they lost in Korea. Fine. What are we paying them for? It's like paying for a security force and you keep getting everything stolen. What would you do? You would fire that security force. You would terminate the contract. If Elon Musk wanted to cut something, all he had to do was cut the military. You guys aren't delivering. Suddenly, money's everywhere. We could pave the streets with gold. It's, of course I believe that defense is important. Of course I believe there should be a draft. I've expressed this before. The reason why? To get rid of the so-called professional military, which is a welfare state, which nobody has any idea what's going on inside of it. All they know is it takes all of our money. But at any rate, why did it come to this? How did they get this? This sweetheart deal, this endless pot of honey and gold, by claiming that they would take over the government if the United States didn't give them everything. This was, of course, the propaganda book Starship Troopers was all about that. So, in the book Starship Troopers, you see the aftermath of a veterans takeover, where only veterans are allowed to vote. That you have to serve or you cannot vote. And therefore, since only veterans vote, veterans give themselves everything in society, and if you don't serve in the military, you get nothing. So there you have it. That's like a nightmare society. If any idiot calls that fascist, you're a moron. That has nothing to do with fascism. That's simply a military welfare state that you already have. Because since no matter whether you vote or not, all your money goes to the military, your vote doesn't mean shit. It's the same thing as if they had the vote and you did not. Because no matter what you do to vote, the military subject is never brought up and takes all your funding anyway. So it's just a weird fucking situation that was rendered in a dystopian sense by Starship Troopers, but it's a lot like the movie for 1984. If you, as I brought it out a lot in the early days, back when I was with Revolution Radio, I don't say it much anymore because I said it all enough times then, but if you look it up, you'll find that there was an early movie of 1984 produced in the 1950s. And that film was infinitely better in quality and in message than the 1984 makes of the movie that have appeared ever since. They, the one that had John, was it William Hurt? I believe it was, I'm trying to remember, but it had that, 1984 movie starred. We can look it up, and I think it was William Hurt as opposed to John Hurt, or was it the opposite way around? Two guys named Hurt. 1984, the movie, okay. That was released in 1984. Yeah, John Hurt, Richard Burton. Richard Burton's last film, because Richard Burton basically killed himself drinking. In other words, he got himself pig-faced drunk and he fell down and cracked his skull open and died. and John Hurt's in the film, and Richard Burton, and it's just awful. It's as boring as the book, and that's the original movie was not like the book at all, which is what made it such a good film. Unlike the book, the original movie basically showed a dystopia, and it was clean, it was futuristic, and it made sense, and a message was delivered. There's no message delivered in the book that's very relatable. It may be relevant, but it's not relatable. And in the movie 1984, which portrays the book exactly, it's the same thing. That's the problem. They show all of the poverty and the grime that's in the book so that the world looks like a giant ghetto, so that every American looking at that instantly loses the social message. There's no message to be derived because all anyone has to do is look at the crap on the film and say, the world around me does not look like that. We're not eating giant roaches. We're not eating rats. That's not my world. So the message does not compute. There's no... So the point of the film was to obfuscate the message. The book was set in a grim dystopia that was ghettoized and extremely impoverished because that was supposed to represent Britain during the war and how it never escaped austerity. But the movie is trying to deliver that message to the rest of the world, which is not like Britain. So you lose the point when you show a bombed out, Dresden scenario, like London after the Blitz. That in the book and the movie, it's the Blitz in London just never stops. It just is forever. So it's like, but this is the problem with Starship Troopers, was in a sense, the movie was, it kind of also obfuscated the message of Starship Troopers, the book, in a sense, and yet it didn't. But the real message is that the man behind it, Robert Heinlein, doesn't make sense anyway. He just did that book on contract as a propaganda piece for the U.S. military, so the U.S. military could convey a threat that if we don't get everything we want as a welfare state, we'll just take over and hog all the votes so that only a veteran or anyone who serves is allowed to vote, which is the primary message of the book, that if you don't engage in suffrage or military suffrage, there's no point in your being given the privilege of participating in social governance. There's a certain logic to that, but then you're left with a Spartan economy, which of course is not an economy at all. You're reliant only on endless war. You have to engage in war, or there's no your society stops working. That's how it was with the Spartans, and that's ultimately why their society disappeared. But in Starship Troopers and Robert Heinlein, for those of you who don't know, it wasn't that he was pushing militarism by Starship Troopers or hippie cultism by the book Stranger in a Strange Land. He himself was a pathological libertarian. And he was a lunatic who thought that there should be no governance, it as to anarchy, where you had a situation like Somalia and we could all be pirates, and whoever could shoot the most people and get the most for themselves wins the game. That was his philosophy in life. And because he was a rich white guy, he could afford to hold that insane, maniacal, privileged, lunatic perspective. But all that being said, my point about Starship Troopers was, this is the society you essentially have now. Get rid of the VA, get rid of the so-called professional defense force, and get yourself a fucking draft, and everybody then is forced to serve. And the mystique of the military disappears, and at the same time, you do instigate a real GI Bill where, yes, you can go to college and get educated, and that's what happened after World War II, and that's what leads to prosperity, the exact opposite of what we have when we got rid of the draft. So without the draft, then the GI Bill became eviscerated, disappeared, because there was no need for it, because, the one thing you had going with the draft was, hey, you got the GI Bill. If you survive your service, you get free education and in a quality school, and you will then be employable and resocialized. That made sense. Let's bring that back, as opposed to this so-called professional military, which was doing things that even my father couldn't believe it was doing, which was like, oh God, I can't remember the name of it. I've bleached it from my mind. I would have to look it up. But it got to the point where they had this so-called Enlightened Warrior program, which was just an offshoot of Michael Aquino's Satanic Warrior Monk program that involved the 1st Earth Battalion. But it was, they were hiring like martial arts instructors involved with FresT training, which was this cultic industrial indoctrination for corporate culture. And they were like having GIs go through like weird meditation practice and shit. It was like, this is what your military turned into, to try and attract as many people into the military as possible once it went quote unquote professional, and they had to start bringing in volunteers. In other words, you had to make it more cultic so that people felt they were like going through some self-improvement program. It was something Peaceful Warrior Project, so incredibly stupid. It was the book is out there, and the guy about the guy who actually taught the program. He wrote the book, and he's not lying. Everything he says in the book is true. It happened, and it was part of the insanity. This is what your money is being spent on in the military. At any rate, so I think we made my point there. There was no stance held by Nick Redfern or Robert Heinlein. The books they turned out that were archetypal and that they were most famous for. In the case of George Orwell, it was 1984. The message was lost in the way the movie was made, and therefore people don't get the message. With Starship Troopers, I'm not going to say anything about the films because they're fine the way they are, but they are what they are. But I think they do deliver the message to a degree, and they are what they are. The book itself, however, was far more influential than people realize, because it was what convinced people to give the military everything they want, or otherwise they're going to take over and reserve the votes only for themselves. But it turned out that same way anyway. So, all of that being said, it doesn't seem like anybody's joining us. I gave them a chance when I went rambling, and, we've given them over an hour now. We had to spend our time trying to make certain that the update on Microsoft, with all that it did, was we had to rectify the damage that it did. And so what I'll do is I'll ask our man, Mr. Aristides, to deliver another blurb, and then I'll go into monologue, because it doesn't seem like anyone else is joining us, even though everyone is welcome to. Oh yeah, the question. Oh, before you go into that again, I just wanted to answer the question. I found that it was extremely ironic. This concerns the questions people were asking about my photographic image and thumbnail of live stream. I found it was extremely ironic that Armed Forces Day fell on Saturday, which was the exact same day as the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. All of this taking place during the 3-Shrine Festival of Japan, which is one of the most important festivals in Tokyo, one of the largest festivals in Japan. So all you need to do is open the text box for the details on that. It's basically the Buddhists who were dedicated to the gangs of Japan, the Yaku̶a, or the mafia underworld of Japan. The Buddhist priests who served them the way Friar Tuck would serve Robin Hood. This is like their day, and it's a day where there's floats and geisha, and the Yaku̶a show off their tattoos. And it goes on throughout the weekend, and we were getting a lot of live stream over at the estates for the Blood Boys to ogle over. But when it comes to the fact that Sanjo Matsuri was going on this weekend, it added to the theme for tonight's photograph. I think it's self-explanatory. It is a day to be aware against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. during a important Japanese festival for the underworld, where their friar tucks, their saints, the chaplains of the samurai mafia, are honored, along with the Yaku̶a that they minister to themselves. And it all happened to fall on Armed Forces Day this particular weekend this year. And so the photograph taken honors them all. With that, we turn towards our dear friend Aristides for just another blurb, and I'll go into monologue. And any thoughts he has to share aside from that, please. By all.
I can do it, but we usually don't do 2 blurbs. But also, we need a way. It's still kind of new to everybody of like how to. Oh wait, see, because look, Heather Holman. How do I get in call?
Oh, tell her.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Well, you can tell her verbally too.
Yeah.
While you're writing.
Heather, are you listening? Type in the here. Okay, I want to see if there's a or immediately open window screen sharing. Where's the direct link to? Yeah, I'm helping her out.
Sounds good. I mean, I'd like to go on another rambling spree, but I rambled myself out there for. And I do want to remind people that, it's while our man Aristides is taking care of that, we need all your upvotes. Basically, as soon as we start a live stream, they hit us with downvotes, and the downvotes are just meant to hide us because YouTube operates on an incredibly stupid popularity aggregate, and the aggregate is based on popularity. So the more hits you get, the more you're distributed. So the more downvotes you get, the more it prevents distribution, and so they hit us with as many downvotes as possible. Many of these are cheap Autobots, literal Autobots that are then identified by YouTube, and YouTube filters them out, but it takes hours to do that, and by that time they've done their damage. So all that being said, we need your upvotes more than ever, and set up separate channels if you have to provide those upvotes. And all that being said, dearest Heather, we want her in the call, of course, and we are now striving to bring her on to call. Our dear Aristides is trying to work with her on that, and then we'll at least get a status report and update from her, and that will help immensely. Let's take a look if I can get it.
Oh, I went in our group chat, join group chat here, and I found a thing where it's like people in call, and then it said get a link. It was not enabled to have a link, but I just turned the switch on, allow to join via link. So let's try that.
Okay. Let's see if we can bring her on. Otherwise, obviously I'll be starting monologue anyway. And psyched myself up enough.
So now I turned on. There was not, you want there to be a direct link to get to the infinite call chat. So, yeah. Hopefully she gets back to, I don't think she's seen it yet. She might be away from her device.
All right. Well, we'll start with
working on it.
No worries. We'll start with
once she responds, I'll help her more.
Sounds good. We'll start with the subject you yourself broach, but if you want to deliver a little bit more of the blurb, that's fine too. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll take from here.
No, sure. Well, hit the upvote most of all. Make sure you're subscribed. What else?
Oh yes, of course. Contributions. Yeah.
I think that's Other
Heather says she's here but not on call. Press phone or meet now. Press phone or meet now. Tell her. Type message. Press Ask her what. Okay. And Aristides is responding to her. And we love you dearly, Heather. If you can hear us, yes, we'd love a status report. Situational update on how you're doing. And, okay. So, you've read what the man has said. Follow his instructions, and hopefully you'll be joining us. Otherwise, sure, let's take it from where the direction he pointed us in and go in that direction, which is basically all hail Sheikh Trump, the peaceful. After all, our president has a unique affinity for the Arab world. All Trump's roads lead to the Gulf. On everything from international diplomacy to personal business, hostage negotiations to investment deals. It's asked me if I want to call you. What do we tell her? It asks me if we want to call you. What do we tell her? Come on, tell her something. And let's see if Aristides is able to respond to her. Yes, try that if you hit the phone thing in this chat. Then before you know it, we'll hear the dulcet tones of... There! Heather?
Hi.
Hi, there, look at that, it works. See, now you'll be able to join us every time. How about a status report and an update on how you're doing? How's Vin? How's the cats? How's everyone's parents, your father, his mother?
Oh, Douglas, everyone is just coming right along.
Good.
I'm at my dad's right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I exchange days. I take one day here and one day there.
okay. Yes.
Yeah, Vinny's mom is coming home on Saturday, I think, next weekend.
Really? So she's undergone some rehabilitation or refuses?
Yeah.
She's undergone rehabilitation.
Yes.
Okay.
She has.
Oh, okay, good, good. I'm excited. And
yeah, it's exciting.
it is. It is. And so you're at your dad's. You're alone with your dad. Vin's at the hospital or something like that, or at home.
Oh no. Vinny's at home.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at my dad's, and his mom is still at rehab.
Okay, got it. So everybody's kind of dispersed. And the cats in this situation, how where are
the cats are still stuck with each other.
Oh, okay, there we are. That's cute. So he takes care of that. He's basically acting as keeping them apart.
At the moment, yes.
Yes. Okay, great.
Yes.
And Aristides, say hello to Heather, and Heather say hello to Aristides.
Hello.
Hello, Heather. Hello.
How are you?
I am all right. How are you?
Good.
Reasonably well, I hope.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been doing a lot of driving.
Why? Oh, because of back and forth from all these places?
Yeah.
Okay. And well, I'm like really impressed. I'm proud of you. I'm just glad that you're doing everything you can to tell us more about anything else developing in your life, please, by all means.
Oh, nothing really. Just I noticed there's a lot of jackrabbits around where I live.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just wonder if that's a significant, like, spirit animal or something.
Uh-huh. It's whatever you want it to be, honey. So what about in terms of your it's nice that you can notice things like that. So are you getting more in tune with nature out there, just having a better time being exposed to the wilderness, so to speak? I mean,
yeah, it's not really a wilderness type.
Understood.
It's but I have planted flowers and they're growing.
Oh wow, that's nice, very uplifting. And what kind of flowers?
Marigold flowers.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I got the seeds from Halloween. Like on Halloween, they sell at the cemetery. They sell marigold flowers, And if you keep the flowers and you dry them out, then you could replant them. And that's what I did.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's great. And so what else comes to your mind that you'd love to share with us?
I don't know. De los Muertos is when you buy the flowers.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
And
And then you could plant them. Yeah.
okay. And so, how does it feel to be back on with us? You're back on with us now.
Yeah. It feels different. I mean, I'm just sitting here. How's my audio?
Say something again, so I can see if you're.
How's my audio?
It's great. It's great. It's perfect.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I just miss you. I mean, I missed you guys.
I mean, something just happened. So let's choose a. Fuck. Yeah. I guess that's my backup drive. That was weird. Why did that suddenly click? So anyhow, so you missed us. I mean, well, we missed you too. How long have you been gone, approximately?
Oh, I haven't been gone at all.
Right, good response. You haven't been gone at all. What I mean to say is, like, how many episodes has it been since you've been on with us?
Probably just one or two.
Okay, it felt like a lot. It was only one or two.
Yeah, I might have lost track of time.
No. It felt like a lot longer than it was because we enjoy having you with us. So when you're not with us, we feel it.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
That means so much.
Yes, of course. But we're really glad that you're able to get back on now, and this will be so we have you from this point forward. And you remember that you were having a hard time when we first started on Microsoft Teams. Probably for all.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I was struggling.
Yeah. Well, now we know. We've got the infinite call, and you're on it, and we can maintain it that way. So, yeah, what about current events? Anything in particular that stands out for you that you'd like to bring to our attention?
Nothing.
And that's
I mean, in current events, there was a shipwreck.
yes, there was. What do you know about it?
Yes, and the Brooklyn Bridge or something like that.
Yes, it was a historic Mexican training ship. It was basically like the Americans have these old sailing ships that are left over from the Revolutionary War. This is what they train officers on, or ROTC or something, and get them prepared for elements of sail that then make modern navigation look a bit easier. So this was one of those types of ships, and they crashed into the Brooklyn Bridge, which goes to show how important navigation skills are in confined areas. It's sad, tragic, and but hey, and it couldn't have happened at a more weird time. I mean, it's weirdly symbolic, considering the trade wars and all that are going on. Kind of a chaotic futility to it all.
Yeah, for sure.
So, honey, what else stands out to you?
There's a plane, I think it's a plane, that they were transporting through Arizona from World War II. It was an aircraft, and it's going to the Space Museum in Tucson, and it drove through Arizona.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Philippine Mars.
What was that? Say that again.
The Philippine Mars.
The Philippine Mars. Oh, interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
And so you got to see it?
Well, no. No, I didn't see it.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, it's a flying boat.
I've seen a lot of pictures of it. A flying boat. I don't understand a flying boat.
Well, it's a plane that lands on water, preferably. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and but definitely glad to see this history preserved. Let's see now. Heather Holman, Philippine Mars flying boat. How did you find this? How'd you find this so quickly, honey?
It's on Google. Yeah, it's on Google. There's lots of pictures of it. I mean, a lot of people took pictures of it.
Yeah. Forgive me. That's thank you for
But then,
bringing.
then there was also like some
Yeah.
ammo or some bomb from World War II that was detonated
Uh huh.
on accident.
Mm.
I guess just recently, maybe today or yesterday.
Uh huh.
And there was no explanation for it, but I wonder if they could be related.
Oh, whoa, it's just other than that it's ordnance left over from the war. I don't feel that it's related in any particular way, but I appreciate you bringing that up. How about yeah, anything else stands out to you, honey? Or if not, I'll just go on with monologue, and you're welcome to interject whenever you feel like it. How about that? And
Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's absolutely wonderful.
well, you're wonderful, and I appreciate your bringing up some observations. Obviously, last time we were on, it was the birthday eve day of both Brendan Zogi and Troy Bellamy at the same time. They both have the same birthday. And hopefully they enjoyed themselves on their days. Certainly, Brendan is treating himself, and with that, we'll go into the. And aren't you proud of Aristides? Aristides helped us overcome our technical difficulties tonight. We couldn't have done it without
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Aristides.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, what wonderful, wonderful people. Okay, so I'm on with these two beautiful
How's
people.
Brandon's hand?
Oh well, he had it was such a stupid, funny story. It's for those of you who don't know. Brendan's hand. He was driving and he got rear-ended by some stoner punk who just was uninsured, and so it fucked up his car. Yet he can't get parts for it to be replaced because of the tariff wars, and as a result, he may never get those parts replaced. And yet it's so we don't know if his car is going to be just operating as a clunker at half efficiency or half speed, almost literally, permanently, or whether he gets insurance to finally pay for him to buy a new one. He's fighting the insurance over this, and so as for his hand, was injured during that accident, and he got it X-rayed. He is part of Brown and Hill Medical Physicians Group, which is actually a doctors' rebellion based group that rebelled against Brown and Tolan. Did I say Hill Physicians Medical Group? It's Hill Physicians Medical Group that rebelled against Brown and Tolan. So Brown and Tolan was the original insurance company that was what I was contending with throughout the dying years of my parents, and its crimes were so egregious. I mean, we're talking about at the level of the kind of denial of services that led to simply more and more problems that you had Luigi Magnoni kill that executive over. And as a result, the doctors finally rebelled and established their own insurance group, the Hill Physicians Medical Group, which is just orders of magnitude in improvement, but in a situation like where our man Brendan is at, it's not much of an improvement because he's not in a urban area where there are enormous hospital complexes. He's basically going to doctors that are private with shingles hanging out. By that I mean, they have a doctor's shingle hanging out, they're a private practice. And they are part of Hill Physicians Medical Group, but they take their sweet time with dealing with somebody who they feel is not a life or death emergency. In other words, he was instantly triaged and felt not to be a emergent situation, and as a result, they neglected him. He had to force the doctor with repeated calls to review his X-rays. And when she finally reviewed his X-rays, there was no broken bones, which was actually shocking because he felt as if the bones in his thumb in particular were broken, but he had strained muscles, etc. So it's in a splint. So he was working like that for the last few days until his birthday, after which he simply took time off on hiatus for his healing. So everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. So thank you so much, dear Heather, for asking. And we maintain, of course, Vin's mother and your father in thought and prayer as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. So hopefully that answers the question for everybody. And probably an over detail, but yeah, that's when somebody gets injured in the United States, it's a totally different story than what happens in Canada or anywhere else in the world, but particularly in Canada. If you get an injury like what our man Brendan had, it's like nothing. You just go to the hospital, they look at an x-ray, you're cared for, and you're given a note by the doctor, and everything progresses like nothing happened. You will not remember it within days or months. People will have to remind you, hey, you remember that accident where you got rear-ended and your thumb broke, and or got sprained, and then they say, oh yeah, and that would be like it. There won't be much to say about it. This is all they positive. In the United States, on the other hand, it destroys your life. Just the moment that anything happens, like I broke my arm, you lose your job, you go into debt, you die hungry on the streets. That's this is pretty much like the arc of spiral that you go through when you suffer an injury in the United States. It just fucking sucks. It's because of insurance. That's Insurance rules our world to a great degree. It's pretty dystopian. It's no one else in the world can believe how we live here, or rather, we don't live, we subsist. So that having been expressed, it is what it is, and we try to make do. And obviously, we need massive social reform in the United States. That goes saying. That goes without saying. And so, all that being said, I'll go on to fairly lighter topics by engaging into the subject which our man Aristides turned us on to first, and from there go into the updates on trade wars, the current events that we're all dealing with, kind of why we're in this social dysfunctional dystopia that we are in. People ask, why? How did we get here? What can we do? And, oh yes, and as was brought up by Troy Bellamy, the 14th Amendment, we're back to that. We're back to birthright citizenship. So I might as well address a bit about that as well. So I might as well get started. And we'll start where our man, Mr. Aristides, brought us with all hail Shake Trump, the peacemaker, which of course biblically is exactly what the Antichrist is. Obviously, the president has a unique affinity for the Arab world. All Trump's roads lead to the Gulf. On everything from international diplomacy to personal business, hostage negotiations to investment deals, the Gulf countries are President Trump's partners of first resort. President Trump is an America firster, but he has an undeniable affinity for the Arab world. Indeed, Trump would have made a great sheikh, or at least your average one. Trump would have made a good sheikh because he doesn't drink, he loves developing flashy properties to show off his power and wealth, and he's brutally realistic about the role of oil and other commodities, what economists would refer to as fungible products in world politics. As to why any of this matters, Trump, who arrived in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday, was spurning traditional democratic allies in favor of the Gulf monarchies, drawn by their wealth, deal-making, and growing global clout. In terms of breaking it down for analysis, each of Trump's 10 most recent predecessors made their first international trips to Canada, Mexico, the United Kingdom, or NATO headquarters in Brussels. Trump chose Saudi Arabia twice, though he did attend Pope Francis's funeral first this time around. That's only because his wife Melania is Slovenian and ergo an ardent Roman Catholic. Now, he's also stopping this week in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates, with all three legs of his trip expected, as they were, to focus on huge investment commitments. Commitments for AI, aerocraft, weapons, and, well, much more than I can recollect. If we are to zoom in, Trump's personal business empire in the Gulf is also growing, with projects under development in all three countries he's been visiting. Trump has hosted the Saudi-backed LIV Gulf Tour at his own U.S. or United States properties, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who, of course, as I've said, is transgendered, registered as a woman on all of her documents for decades, and of course none of their children, hers and Ivanka's, are their own. They are all in vitro. Her private equity firm received $2 billion United States dollars from the kingdom's public investment fund. By that I mean the kingdom of the House of Saud. In recent weeks, the Trump Organization has revealed plans to build luxury properties in both Dubai and Doha. The Trump family's crypto venture also announced that an Emirati-backed investment firm would abuse its new stablecoin to complete a $2 billion transaction, drawing massive outcry from Congress. Crypto is now the currency of the swamp. The incredible irony of this is that crypto was a libertarian underground currency that was meant to evade the government. And it has now become the ultimate swamp asset. I mean, we're talking about an industry that dreamed of being above politics that has become synonymous with self-dealing. It's beyond outrageous. I don't even know how to really deal with this. This is kind of beyond analysis. You're dealing with something that is so stupid, so untenable, that it's obviously going to be part of the death of society as we know it. Honestly, when I try to think of just but some examples, when offered a Boeing 747 by the government of Qatar to replace Air Force One, President Donald Trump responded, "Why not? Only someone dumb would turn down free money." No presidency has generated so many conflicts of interest at such speed in postmodern, well, hell, all modern history. Yet the worst self-dealing in American politics is found not on the runway, but on blockchains, home to trillions of dollars in cryptocurrencies. Now, over the past 6 months, crypto has taken on a new role at the center of American public life. Several cabinet officials have large investments in digital assets. Crypto enthusiasts help run regulatory agencies. The industry's largest businesses are among the biggest donors to election campaigns, with exchanges and issuers deploying hundreds of millions to defend friendly legislators and to crush their opponents. The president's own sons tout their crypto ventures around the world. The biggest investors in Mr. Trump's meme coin get to have dinner with the president. In other words, you can buy his company. I mean, I would rather pay an attractive escort myself, but there's no accounting for taste. The holdings of the first family are now worth billions, making crypto possibly the largest single source of its wealth. This is what we've come to. I'm left shaking my head. Behind the scenes, officials from all three of the Persian Gulf Emirates have an unusual level of access in Washington, where Gulf money has long bankrolled an army of lobbyists, influencers, and think tanks. Point: the Qatari Prime Minister and the Emirati National Security Advisor were both granted dinners with Trump on recent visits, despite not even being heads of state. Point: Qatar's influence in Trump world has been a source of particular concern among pro-Israel Republicans, who accuse that Gulf nation of financing Hamas and other Islamist groups. Qatar denies that. Now understand, Qatar is correct to deny it in the sense that Qatar is not an independent nation state. It is not sovereign. It is a colony of Turkey, Turkish troops. The Turks occupy every fucking bloody inch of Qatar. This is their strategic choke point in the Persian Gulf to cut off all flow of oil to the rest of the world if it comes to world war, which the Turks are inclined to start, being a genocidally expansionist aggressor state, a rogue nation that is a drone superpower that produces the drones along with Israel that wiped out the eastern half of Armenia, with a genocidal history no less, which the Israelis, of course, participate in denying so that they can monopolize the history of genocide and convey themselves as the sole victims on planet Earth, the sole victim culture with a monopoly on victimhood. But the reality is that the Turks killed millions of Armenians in World War I. Matter of fact, my biological father Adolf Hitler was famous for being quoted as saying, "Who remembers the Armenians?" Because, of course, no one does, or rather, they deny that memory. The Israelis do, for the reasons I've just articulated, and they also provided half the drone forces that wiped out eastern Armenia. We're talking about just 1.5 years ago with that genocide, as opposed to the one in World War I. So, all that having been articulated, Turkey occupies Qatar, which simply means it's not Qatar's influence in Trump world that people should be worried about, it's Turkey's. Regardless, in terms of the big picture, Trump has been looking to the Gulf states for more than just their checkbooks. Point: Trump turned to Saudi Arabia to host the Russo-American talks, and later the Amero-Ukrainian talks. Trump was also interested in meeting Vladimir Putin in Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, a mass murderer. Not just the murderer of Jamal Khashoggi, but the murderer of many thousands of people in the building of Neom, the Line City, which will serve as a supermassive prison in the desert for Palestinians, a mirrored concentration camp. That's exactly what it's becoming, along with potentially a robot assembly line, which I guess the Palestinians would be brought in to maintain. However, they're only going to sabotage it, so nothing's coming out of that baby. At any rate, while that meeting that I've spoken about between Trump and Vlad Putin in Riyadh has not happened yet, to my knowledge, Trump has now floated the idea of a summit in Istanbul, the capital of Turkey. Where else? Because the Kingdom of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula has built ties with both warring countries and the White House, and remains a key player in the diplomatic efforts between the Russian and Turkic empires. And remember, Turkey, like Russia, is not a nation. It is an empire. And you have to understand that the majority of the power players in the world are not nations. their empires. That goes for Japan as well, which has an emperor and, of course, is larger in land area than any of the Western European nations, and is a super archipelago consisting of thousands of islands. A true empire, which most people don't have the geographic knowledge to even comprehend. At any rate, the fact that you've got this murderous prince, a mass murderous prince, a rogue regime of absolute monarchy that is now the nexus between the Russian, American, and Turkic empires. Well, that's new for a country that's long been a power within the Arab world, but never beyond it. Whatever else you can say, the crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, has outdone himself. The Qataris and Emiratis are more experienced toward international, they're more experienced international intermediaries at the least. And Trump has leaned on both of them repeatedly as well. Point, Qatar has mediated the release of Americans detained in Afghanistan, Venezuela, and the Gaza Strip. Most recently, the American-Israeli Idan Alexander, who was freed by Hamas on Monday, opening this work week, after 584 days in captivity. Qatar is also a mediator in the Gaza ceasefire process, which means that it's simply acting as the proxy state for Turkey's interests. The UAE, or United Arab Emirates, coordinated the release of the Russian-American ballerina, Xenia Karolina, from a Russian prison last month, as it had with the basketball starlet Brittany Griner in 2022. The Emiratis have also been involved in coordinating a day-after strategy for the Gaza Strip with these United States. In other words, after the depopulation of the Palestinians and the development sets in through American occupation. As for what's between the lines here, the Biden and Obama administrations also turned to Qatar and the United Arab Emirates in similar situations. So call it continuity with Trumpian twists, like Qatar's gift of a Boeing 747-8 to be abused as the new Air Force One. A point for Gulf rulers, Trump offers something his predecessors never did. Fewer lectures, more arms deals, and a direct line to American imperial power insulated from the Congress. As to the intrigue of it all, the United States first went to the Emiratis to help bring Iran to the table for nuclear talks. But Tehran made clear they preferred to work with another small oil-rich Gulf state, Oman. You see, Oman is still mediating those talks, and the White House envoy, Steve Witkoff, also turned to them to mediate a truce with the Houthis in Yemen. As to the friction point here, the Iran talks, the Houthi deal, and the chumminess with Qatar are all happening with very little input from another key American imperial partner in the region, the one we know as Israel, to the irritation of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who doesn't know whether Trump is snubbing him or Israel or both. The bottom line being that if there's a crisis breaking out, or money to be made, Trump is likely to look first to the Gulf states. In his first run for president 8 years ago, Trump not only surprised the Republican establishment by criticizing the Iraq War, he surprised the war's critics by saying that if America was going to invade, we should at least have seized the oil fields. The Abraham Accords were a triumph of the president's first midterm foreign policy, producing the Axis of Abraham, in which Israel became the dominant force of the Middle East, and the House of Saud and the United Arab Emirates, among others, became its satraps, its satellite states, for the first time in modern history? Hell, human history. And this week, Trump is back in the Middle East, striking new deals for peace and profit alike. In Riyadh, capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, on Tuesday he declared, "A land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East is within our grasp." I mean, it was like he was proving he had a vocabulary larger than 10 words or something. It was really weird. If that's true, it will all be because Trump's approach to the Arab world, in contrast to that of other American leaders, isn't ideological. The Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, God curse his rotted heart, was visibly delighted by the president's remarks, as well he might be on hearing Trump say, "Too many American presidents have been afflicted with the notion that it's our job to look into the souls of foreign leaders and use U.S. policy to dispense justice for their sins." You see, Trump instead believes it is God's judgment. He would never use that term, judgment. I think what he said was, "It is God's job to sit in judgment. My job is to defend America and to promote the fundamental interests of stability, prosperity, and peace." It's like, damn. You would have thought the Antichrist would have just shown up in somebody more charismatic, more elegant. We all imagined that. No, it's as Brendan Zogit calls him, it's Cheeto Lord. It's fucking Cheeto. It's the big cheese whiz. The great pumpkin has come at last. The Middle East has long wrong-footed America's foreign policy moralists. It has stubbornly resisted the democratization and liberalization that are meant to accompany the end of history, the myth, in Georges Sorel's sense, on which the faith of Western elites depends. That history has come to an end, and the West has triumphed, and all of man is now on an endless arc of liberal progression, and it was the end of the economic cycle. 25 years ago, neoconservatives tried to explain away the problem by invoking the malign influence of just a handful of rogue states, which prevented the region of the greater Middle East, all of Southwest Asia, or Saharasia, the bridge that the Middle East provides between Central Asia and North Africa. All of it an arid crescent of conflict. What the man who developed the Saharasia theory felt was a geographic region not just of instability, but of psychopathic insanity. Somehow it was just a few bad apples that prevented this region of unbearable heat from developing into Switzerland. If only America could bring regime change to Saddam Hussein's Iraq and the Islamic Republic of Iran, the rest of the Middle East would take inspiration and, in a peaceful revolution, adopt Western attitudes towards women, human rights, and, of course, the almighty Israel. In the meantime, while war had to be waged against Iraq, And sooner or later, Iran, it was perfectly fine if Saudi Arabia remained theocratic and autocratic. Change would arrive before the House of Saud even knew it, once America's wars were won. This neocon vision was also the vision of many centrist liberals and Democrats. To the right, there were dissenters who believed in a clash of civilizations more violent than Samuel Huntington had ever imagined. They insisted that Islam is inherently violent and incompatible with Western security, so they supported the neocons' wars for reasons of their own, not to democratize the Middle East, but, so far as possible, to subjugate or even destroy it. To the left of the neocon liberal consensus were dissenters who were almost the mirror image of the Islamophobic right. Only the civilization they considered to be unsafe for the world wasn't Islam's, but the West's. Halfway between these anti-colonialist ideologues and the neocons stood Barack Obama's progressive faction. Its representatives in the press were willing to criticize Saudi brutalities, particularly the murder and literal butchery while he was alive, sawing off his limbs, one digit at a time before working their way up to his shoulder blades and his thighs. The slow torture execution of Jamal Khashoggi, as Obama himself pursued a deal with Iran. His administration continued to employ neocon means in reduced proportions. Obama ended the Iraq War but prolonged the Afghan one. Instead of invading Middle East countries outright, he settled for launching drone strikes, so many of them that they came to be called Obama strikes. I guess those were the days. The philosophy behind his foreign policy amounted to abusing American force to midwife a post-Americano, post-Western world. And this is what gave all of the neocons the radicalization motive that they needed. They realized Obama was an enemy of the West. But none of these ideological projects met with success in the Middle East. And where does that leave Donald Trump? Can he build on the Abraham Accords while war rages between Israel and Lebanon, all while they commit to mass extermination in a depopulation campaign of the Gaza Strip for the sake of ultimately developing hotels for hookers and casinos for Christian nationalists? And how can Trump bridge that gap to the Houthis, who are prepared to resume harassing Red Sea shipping at their convenience? Can he not only resist the neocon pressure to go to war with Iran, but cut a better deal to contain Tehran's nuclear ambitions than Obama ever could? Those are his aims, based on what he said in Riyadh. Rather than continue bombing the Houthis, he simply declared victory and called it off. To quote his T, "We hit 'em hard. We got what we came for. And then we got out." Sounds like he committed a rape. I hit her hard. I got what I came for. And after I came, I pulled out. Or maybe if he was decent enough, he pulled out before he came to, coitus interruptus to prevent impregnating her. But of course, it's all that dribble and it doesn't help at all. You gotta admit, he's more outspoken than ever about the folly of neoconservatism and liberal internationalism. Again, to quote ST, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal non-profits like those who spent trillions failing to develop Kabul and Baghdad, so many other cities. In the end, I'm still quoting him, by the way, if you believe it or not. I'm still quoting him. I know this doesn't sound like him. Maybe he's got speechwriters or somebody inserted a fucking chip or something, but basically, to continue on with his quote that I'm reading, in the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. This is Antichrist shit. This is not Trump talking. This is whatever egregore is possessing his orange body. The great pumpkin has got a candle lit. Trump's vision is of a new Middle East in which interest has replaced ideology, where a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts and tired divisions of the past, and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. Again, I am reading his quote here. This is not Donald John Trump. This is, as I said, the candle in the great pumpkin, people. There's an egregore inside of him. Donnie Trump does not talk like this. This is something new. This is the peacemaker of the Bible, people. This is chilling, or you should be chilled. I don't mean you should be chilling. You should be chilled. This is unnatural. And aside from all of that, when you take into account the essence of his words, it's all rather rosy, of course. But behind the rhetoric, one can see the framework Trump has in mind, and it's consistent with his approach to the Abraham Accords and his strategy elsewhere as well. Trump isn't going to lecture the Islamic world about liberalism or democracy, and he isn't going to let its age-old animosities get in the way of big business. He believes the young leaders of the region, like the 39-year-old mass murderer Mohammed bin Salman, have the same mentality as he, because he's of that ilk, soulless. For a generation, the Arab world was haunted by the spectacle of the Iranian Revolution, which occupies rent-free the minds of every Israeli today, with the Saudi elites in particular also fearful of what happened to the Shah that would happen to them if the Sunni clerics and the religious ideologues were not appeased. Saudis and Gulf Arabs, in effect, paid off the troublemakers who might otherwise have brought down their kingdoms by encouraging them to export radicalism abroad, which, at length, planted the seeds for the 9/11 attacks and other terrorism. Bin Salman himself, mass murderous prick, was born in 1985, and throughout his short, sweet lifetime, the lesson of Islamist extremism has not been that it could do to Saudi Arabia what it did to Iran, but that it leads to pointless wars throughout the region that hamper economic progress. And bin Salman's bloody way of dealing with opponents and critics is but grim testament to his resolve in putting down anyone who might challenge him. He's unterrified. He's not scared at all of the clerics. And the terror he's most ready to abuse as his own weapon is the kind he wields at home, including in his embassies abroad. Remember that Jamal Khashoggi was sawed to death alive over hours of screaming torment in the Saudi embassy in Turkey. Trump will do business with him regardless, of course, just as he'd love to do business with Vladimir Putin. And Trump would rather do business than wage war with Tehran, the capital of Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu isn't happy about that. But if he wants to survive in Trump's world, he'll have to do things Trump's way. Or so the president hopes. It will take all the skill Trump has shown in entrepreneurship and political campaigns and all the luck he's had in assassins' gun sites to make peace in the Middle East. But Trump made a promising start the first time, and he's serious about picking up where he left off. If he's a little Middle Eastern himself, as I said, he'd make the perfect shake. He sees the potential for great things if Arab leaders become a little more Trump. As for the rest of the world, stopgap deals don't mean Donald Trump's trade war is over at all. The barriers between the American and Communist Chinese empires are still far too high, and so is the uncertainty. This is a ceasefire, not a peace. For weeks, what was in effect an embargo between the American and Communist Chinese empires had the world economy teetering on the brink. Now a headlong plunge has been postponed, which had Our Lady Holly Kiefer all excited. She was talking as if she had come to believe that we were living in a new golden age of trade or something. It was really bizarre. Gotta hand it to her. It's one of the few times I heard her optimistic. On May 11th, the Twa empires on either side of the Pacific agreed to slash tariffs on each other for 90 days while they talked further. Investors are rejoicing. Those who see Donald Trump's tariffs as mere preludes to deals are jubilant. The president's more level-headed advisors appear to have muscled out the cranks. Do not mistake the reversal of folly for the triumph of sanity, however. Trade policy between the world's 12 largest economies is more restrictive and less predictable than it was before Mr. Trump took office. A crash has been averted, but the world will keep paying for the president's protectionism. You see, like other countries, Communist China on the Asian mainland is still subject to a 10% universal tariff. And it must also pay a 20% charge Mr. Trump says he has applied to punish Red China for producing fentanyl. Low-value items posted directly from mainland China to American consumers used to attract no levies. Today, they incur a 54% duty or a 100 United States dollar flat charge. There are also tariffs on steel, aluminum, cars and parts. More may soon come for pharmaceuticals, critical minerals, and semiconductors. Moreover, America is trying to persuade other countries to trade less with the Communist Chinese Empire. This is hardly a return to the status quo. After adjusting for substitution away from foreign goods, America's overall tariff rate will be 15 to 20%, about 5 times its level in January, and the highest since the 1930s in prelude to the Second World War. One rule of thumb suggests that the combined 30% tariff on market Leninist China is enough to reduce long-run trade by about 2/5. America's economy is big and diversified, and so can withstand high tariffs better than most. Nonetheless, the hit will probably roughly halve, and by that I mean cut in half, as in halve, our economic growth this year, while inflation will rise. Obviously, Communist China on the Asian mainland will take a similar hit to growth, but its economy was already struggling. As important as the direct effect of the tariffs is the harm from the lingering uncertainty. Shipping companies talk of making best use of a 90-day window during which trade policy towards China is predictable. Anything short of clarity inhibits investment in foreign supply chains and domestic factories alike, because companies need to know what tariffs they and their competitors will face. So what happens next? The rosiest scenario is that America and Red China will strike a cosmetic deal and then call off hostilities altogether. In his first midterm, Mr. Trump renegotiated NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, which was a long-standing trade deal with Mexico and Canada, to much fanfare, but ended up with close to a carbon copy, basically plagiarizing the original deal himself and slapping his name upon it. He also struck the so-called Phase 1 deal with Communist China, as part of which that empire of the East promised to buy more American exports. Disregard the lowering of trade barriers that Mr. Trump himself yanked up, and the recent much ballyhooed deal with Great Britain is little more than scribbling in the margins. The hope that trade wars fizzle out as agreements are struck is precisely what made investors sanguine about Mr. Trump's second midterm. The trouble is that he still has 3.5 years left in the White House, longer if he can help it, and a genuine belief in tariffs as a tool of reindustrialization, and a horror of America's trade deficit, which will continue to provoke his pathological mind. The trade deficit may well widen, considering that Republicans in Congress plan vastly to increase government borrowing, which tends to suck in imports. Mr. Trump himself is a man who believes in keeping his options open and reneges on deals he himself has struck. Red China, as well, failed to deliver what it pledged in the Phase 1 deal. Both sides may reasonably doubt the seriousness of the other. As long as Mr. Trump is in the White House, another conflagration can never be ruled out. This is why we have the chorus of concern continuing to expand for the world's largest buyer. You see, the United States isn't just the largest economy in the world, it's also the largest consumer of goods and services. In 2023 alone, the United States imported goods worth $3.17 trillion in aggregate. That's according to Visual Capitalist's coverage of World Trade Organization data, which I'm accessing on screen right now. Communist China on the Asian mainland, the second largest economy in the world, is a net exporter, according to the Financial Times data that I'm uploading on screen right now. As a result, in cross-referencing the data before me, the global economy heavily relies on American consumption, and any trade barriers, such as tariffs or embargoes, will have severe consequences for nearly every country on Earth. This is why Canada's Prime Minister Carney is warning that the Trump tariff policy will rupture the global economy. His words. There are plenty of signals validating this thesis. Global stock markets have shed $9.5 trillion United States dollars in total value since early April. And that's according to The Street, which I'm uploading on screen right now, while JP Morgan's probability forecast for a American imperial recession this year sits at 60%. That's bad odds. You see, Trump has subjected these United States to what is essentially a self-administered sanctions regime. Whatever grace the rest of the world might have extended to the task of helping him back out of the crises he himself has instigated is diminished severely by the threats he has made against all peaceful neighbors. Anti-Trumpism has already undercut conservative parties in Canada and Australia, providing a taste of the hostile world stage Trump has built for himself. In the meantime, the trade war has caused domestic inflation expectations to rise, forcing the Federal Reserve to pause its plans to reduce interest rates. Trump's initial instinct to this setback was to fulminate against the Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell, as if removing the person trying to manage the predicament Trump caused would eliminate the predicament itself. That impulse underscores the degree to which Trump has bungled the issue that played the largest single role in getting him elected. Discontent and mass depression, if you will, both economically and psychologically, over pandemic-induced inflation. Rather than recognize the precarious source of his victory, Trump has treated it as a mandate to wage authoritarian culture war. The consequences of Trump's mismanagement lay almost entirely ahead of us, not behind us. The hammer blows to bureaucratic functioning have only begun to take effect, and there's no telling what routine tasks or emergency responses will collapse later. Unless Trump reverses course immediately, which he most certainly does not desire, and deftly, which requires a level of skill that he most certainly has never possessed, the economy will undergo consequences ranging from stagflationary slowdown, as in stagnation and inflation combined, to stop our economy on a dime, to a full-on recession, which is just a postmodern phrase to prevent mass panic when we enter a Great Depression. You see, contrary to the cliché, authoritarian rulers do not always make the trains run on time. Look at Venezuela. In place of good governance, they all too often offer a combination of propaganda, graft, and intimidation. The less they can satisfy legitimate public demands for prosperity and well-run public services, the harder they must squeeze their opposition. As Trump's approval ratings have continued to sink, he has accordingly continued to discover new forms of extraction of vengeance. Vengeance extraction is perhaps the only thing he's adept at. Trump's first 100 days have set our constitutional republic and the American empire on an unsustainable course. The clash between the president's determination to rule, potentially for the rest of his life, and his inability to govern has generated two opposing forces: a weaponized, illiberal state and a smoldering political backlash, one of them will have to break. Which begs the question, what the fuck was Elon Musk trying to accomplish with Dodgy? When you have a 3.8 trillion United States dollar hole to make up for over a decade, you're going to have to find the cuts somewhere. And despite multi-billionaire Elon Musk's claims about the savings his quasi-government dodgy agency has accrued, in truth, it hasn't saved United States taxpayers a single fucking penny. In fact, it is already costing us all billions of dollars to litigate the countless lawsuits that it's caused, and will cost us all billions more to overcome the revenue losses we'll all feel from IRS cuts and make up for the additional sums we'll be forced to pay for contractors to do jobs once performed by lower paid government workers. Musk and the Trump misadministration went after the low-hanging fruit, of course, targeting DEI programs and the MAGA base adulation that they incur by doing so. Hit the nigs and the gooks and the yellows and the reds. Hit all the rainbow people, and that would include the gays. All which the MAGA base abhors, and by making sure to abolish any help for the poorest and the most vulnerable people in the world by cutting USAID, the USAID, the United States International, Aid for International Development Program, and getting rid of important programs like George W. Bush's PEPFAR, which has saved millions of lives in Black Africa. All of this makes the white supremacist base tickle in the testicles. They cream their jeans just thinking about the coloreds dying across the continents. And they look to their Lord God, Trump and Musk, the Siamese twins, as the great white hope. Yet even if Musk had succeeded in achieving his final greatly reduced target of $150 billion in savings per year over the backs and bodies of the non-white and the non-straight, it wouldn't have offset the costs of extending the Trump tax cuts, which amount to approximately, by the most conservative accounting, 400 billion United States dollars per annum. That means that right now, Republicans are considering massive cuts to vital programs like Medicaid and SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, what we used to call food stamps back in the day. The House Energy and Commerce Committee, which oversees Medicaid, has been charged with finding 880 billion US dollars in cuts over the next decade, while the Agriculture Committee has to find another $230 billion, likely including a great reduction in SNAP benefits, meaning the poor of the United States go hungry. Rental assistance for low-income people will see a 40% cut through Trump's budget. The National Institutes of Health will see a 37% reduction. The National Science Foundation will have its funding cut in half. As the New York Times has noted, while defense spending will increase by 13% and Homeland Security will astronomically grow by a whopping an astronomical 65%, giving Trump more power to pursue his costly deportation agenda, and of course extraction of vengeance against anyone who stands against it, state and international programs will lose 84% of their funding, the Environmental Protection Agency 54%, and the Department of Labor 35%. So much for caring about workers. The numbers are so egregious that even Trump at this point has tossed around the idea of increasing taxes on certain wealthy individuals. Obviously not himself, or any of his friends. But this too cometh with significant clauses. For starters, individuals making at least $626,350 per year and couples making at least $751,600 will no longer be considered top earners, raising those numbers to $2.5 million United States dollars and $5 million respectively. Also, Trump knows that many Republicans will oppose this and that it likely won't even make it into any version of the final bill anyhow, and so he can propose it without much concern that it will ever actually become its law. In fact, he knows it never will. But even if it did, just for the sake of argument, it would only raise approximately $67 billion in revenue over 10 years. A drop in the fucking bucket. And that bucket has a hole. In the end, that would be a laughably small amount next to all the giveaways that will remain for the crypto businesses, the mega corporations, and all of those in Trump's good graces. Trump himself will also be fine, of course, while cutting funding for vital programs for any Americans, and to all of those abroad. Trump has seen his family fortune grow since he won back the White House by $2.9 billion from his crypto enterprises alone. As I said, crypto is the new swamp currency. In the end, we must draw the obvious conclusion. Republicans consider programs that benefit the wealthy class to be worth fighting for, and those that help the rest of us to be rather dispensable, to say the least. Trump will adjust his tariff policies for those who support him and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, while most consumers are forced to face higher prices at the grocery store and when they buy their children's clothes. If you're a multi-billionaire, you're a doer, even if you got your money primarily through inheritance, like the Waltons or the Trumps. But if you're on welfare, there must be something wrong with you, and the Republicans don't want to make you too dependent on the government, even as they run to assist oil and gas companies. It is the same flawed ideology that has motivated Republicans for decades, and it hasn't changed, despite Trump's populist appeal. Sell the people on anger about cultural issues. Tell them you'll drain the swamp and get rid of all the worthless bureaucrats, and then abandon them to fight for the corporate class over the working class. By the time many Americans realize they've been had, the Republicans and their donors will be making off in the getaway car as we stand broke and hopeless out in the rain. Remember, this is all about the trip to Mars. They'll abandon the fucking planet and leave us all to die. To Republicans, we are the waste. However, this isn't the first time the world has faced an economic calamity, and there are ways you can prepare your finances for what's to come. So, for what it's worth, here's how to survive the new reality by seeking safe havens in a tough road ahead. There's no way to predict what the economy will look like in a few months from now, though I can presume it's gonna go down. Maybe even cease to exist as we understand it. But there are ways to protect your wealth and household budget right away. Recessions usually coincide with a sharp surge in layoffs and unemployment, so building up a larger than usual emergency fund could bolster your family's finances if you happen to lose income. Cutting back on discretionary spending and adding a margin of safety to your annual budget could help you mitigate the added costs of these import tariffs. Estimates by the Yale University Budget Lab conducted after the Liberation Day announcement suggest that the typical American household could see an average purchasing power loss of $4,700 in 2024 dollars due to the trade war of Donald Trump. For your own investments, you could consider a safe haven asset such as gold to protect some of your wealth. Each ounce of the yellow metal has increased in price by more than 20% over the past 6 months, and some investors are retreating to it as a safe haven during market volatility. And understand that if you're looking to solve the problem so that this never happens again, I need your help, and you need to finance Douglas Dietrich. Just to get me through the month, this month, and the next. Consider it the next 2 months where your contributions are really going to matter. And of course, if you happen to be a multi-billionaire, there's big money behind all the Grönland interest. Understand, of course, your investment in myself is part of a long-term strategy. I know what to do. As for the people behind the attempted conquest of Greenland, that's another thing entirely. By the way, Thomas Paine, 1974, says, "Evening, Dietrich, God bless you. Let me bless him in return before returning to track of narrative, if I can recollect it. Just remind myself, I'm talking Greenland now. And that'll bring us back to all the other topics. And people have no idea why Greenland is so important. And it would take me literally an 18-hour college program to explain that. Okay, so let's give a fist bump here to our man Thomas Paine. Welcome. Welcome, Brother Paine. Thomas Paine, 1974. There we are. Now, these donors who have contributed at least 243 million United States dollars to Trump's 2024 campaign are linked to mining, oil, and cryptocurrency companies, all interested in Grönland's resources. Grönland, controlled by Denmark, is rich in minerals like cobalt, nickel, and platinum, crucial for technology, clean energy, and military uses. With the communist Chinese dominating the rare earth minerals market, the American empire seeks to secure access to these resources. Team Trump argues that this is vital for national security. Techno-billionaires like Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman, and Mark Zuckerberg, major donors to Team Trump, have investments in mining companies in Grönland, including Kobold Minerals. The kobold, as in Kobold, like the ancient troglodyte. Kobold Metals is valued at $3 billion. The donors have financial stakes in these ventures, raising concerns about the inevitable exploitation of Grönland's resources for personal profit. The Critical Metals Corp is another company with mining rights in Grönland, and it counts Cantor Fitzgerald, a hedge fund linked to Trump's Commerce Secretary, as a major investor. Financial giants like BlackRock and Vanguard, which invested in Trump Media, also back that company. While these financial interests grow, Groenlanders oppose the United States taking control of their land, citing the dangerous, unstable environment and the high cost of mining in the region. Which brings us to the points of all this. An unholy trinity. It's a satanic convergence of mining, crypto, and the dream of a new state. Despite the risks, Trump's wealthy backers, including some of his major donors, see Groenland as a gold mine. Techno-investment firm Andreessen Horowitz, an obviously Jewish name, which helped launch Cobalt Metals, donated $5 million to a pro-Trump group. Other techno leaders, who were also key donors to Trump's campaign, have contributed millions over the years. Crypto tycoons, including Trump donors, are all eyeing Groenland for data centers, citing its cold climate and access to renewable energy. One startup, Limpid, spelled with a Y, Lympid, even turned a Groenland property into digital coins for online purchases. The cryptocurrency sector aims to create a new civilization in addition to mining. A group called Praxis, backed by $525 million and supported by Trump donors like PayPal co-founder Ken Howery, aims to create a techno-city for elites in Groenland. Obviously, critics argue that this could be a new form of colonialism, with locals seeing it as outsiders exploiting their land for personal profit. That brings us to another unholy trinity, a triangulation of oil, politics, and suspicious timing. The oil and gas industry also sees big potential in Groenland. Though Groenland banned oil exploration in 2021, the Trump administration has said that it might reopen the land for drilling. Trump received at least $75 million in donations from oil industry leaders before the election for just this purpose. However, experts are doubtful. Paul Bierman says oil drilling in Groenland is dangerous, expensive, and has never worked in the past. The country allowed oil companies to try for 100 years with little success. Some people believe the push for oil is just an excuse to support the United States taking over Groenland. Behind the scenes, former Trump officials are continuing at work. Drew Horn, who once worked in Trump's energy department, now runs a company called GreenMet. It promotes mining in Groenland and tries to get political and financial backing for mining companies. Horn has appeared on Fox News saying Groenland is a great place for American investment. But Bierman countered that many glowing reports about Groenland's mining potential come from companies trying to attract investors, not from science or the Danish government. All of this, from mining to crypto to oil, is being pushed by a network of Trump cultists and investors, Trump donors and supporters. Critics call it a circle of grift. That means wealthy people donate to Trump, and in return, they may get government help that helps them get richer. As Robert Weissman from the group Public Citizen put it, put the money into the Trump family. Well, put the money, I think his words were, put money into the Trump family bank, and money comes back to you in the form of some government policy. That's the quote from Robert Weissman. Meanwhile, the people of Groenland are left watching as powerful outsiders talk about turning their land into a business opportunity. You see, America is now a kleptocracy, a government by thieves. So it's my job to provide you analysis of how your life will change. Well, how life will change for the rich, the poor, and everyone in between. When great changes are afoot, we look for a user manual. There will be new patterns of living and new expectations for the future. The rapidly developing corruption landscape in these United States will prove itself no exception. The United States President Donald Trump's election last November and the accelerated institutional and personnel changes since his inauguration, I should say purges, have forced Americans into a new political territory. In particular, anti-corruption institutions and norms, well, they're all unraveling. Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered the Justice Department to prioritize cases related to criminal cartels and close down task force kleptocapture and the Kleptocracy Asset Recovery Initiative, acronymous as KARI. Trump himself ordered a pause in new investigations or any enforcement whatsoever of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act for 6 months. While those developments focus on American imperial businesses engaging in corruption overseas rather than at home, other anti-corruption norms are also coming under rapid and significant pressure. The Trump misadministration has fired at least 17 inspectors general, offices installed after the Watergate scandal as an independent check on mismanagement and abuse of power within government agencies, as well as several senior Justice Department employees. The president also issued an executive order that undermined the independence of agencies such as the Federal Trade Commission and Securities Exchange Commission, both of which have important roles in detecting and punishing corruption. For some, these changes go beyond the usual shifts in policy that come with a new administration. They seem to require a new vocabulary. Exempli gratiae. Few people had heard of the word kakistocracy, which is a society governed by its least suitable or competent citizens, essentially a government by idiots, until it was The Economist's 2024 Word of the Year. Pundits have labeled the techno-executives with the best seats at Trump's inauguration as America's new oligarchs. In his farewell address to the nation, the imbecilic President Joe Biden issued a final warning that an oligarchy is taking shape in America. And in February, the ancient communist Bernie Sanders deployed a more dire descriptor. Still, when he said the Trump misadministration was moving this country very rapidly toward a kleptocracy. You will probably ask, what do these terms even mean, both definitionally and in practice, and which, if any, can be accurately said to apply to the United States' oncoming political disorder. The first definition required is actually that of corruption itself. Corruption is the building block of regimes considered antithetical to Americans and the American tradition, yet has been frequently invoked across the political spectrum as of late. In an appearance with the advisor, Elon Musk, at the White House in February, Trump said, "I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt, and it is very corrupt." Indeed, rooting out graft is in the so-called deep state bureaucracy That's one of Musk's stated goals for the DOGE, the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, set up via executive order in January. Among other accusations, Musk has said his team at DOGE discovered, his words, known fraudsters receiving payments from the federal government, and that some people working in the bureaucracy, including at the USAID, United States Agency for International Development, had been taking, Musk's words, kickbacks. Few would argue that fraud and waste are entirely absent from federal government spending. Last year, the United States Government Accountability Office, the GAO, estimated that the federal government loses between $233 billion and $521 billion a year to fraud, and that agencies had made about $2.7 trillion in improper payments over the last 20 years. Those figures are enormous, as with any organization spending more than $6 trillion annually. But do the documented instances of fraud in the United States government rise to the level of corruption? While there be no universal definition of corruption, indeed what I provided you to introduce the topic was a very personalized American definition thereof. One of the most common universally, as defined by the advocacy group Transparency International, is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. For Musk to abuse this term in its proper sense, in regards to USAID, for instance, in other words, what I'm trying to say is for Musk to use this term in the sense it was intended in regards to USAID, he would have to demonstrate how USAID employees or contractors abused the authorities granted to them in order to gain private benefits, such as by taking bribes or gifts in return for granting lucrative contracts. Receiving a duly authorized government paycheck for implementing policies within one's job description does not count as abuse of entrusted power or private gain, and thus does not qualify as corruption. There are a variety of flavors of corruption, of course. Currently, the most concerning kind is grand corruption. Grand corruption, it's like Grand Theft Auto. It's when public institutions are co-opted by networks of ruling elites to steal public resources for their own private gain. It involves a wide variety of activities, including bribery, extortion, nepotism, favoritism, cronyism, judicial fraud, accounting fraud, electoral fraud, public service fraud, embezzlement, influence peddling, and conflicts of interest. In other words, everything that comprises and constitutes the very essence of the Trump misadministration. And in dismantling systems that protect against everything I've just articulated, the Trump misadministration lays bare the fact that he is opening the door to grand corruption for himself and for the future. Indeed, for all time to come, until someone steps in to fix the problem. Which I can do, but only with your help. It's your war, not mine. You've got to fight it. I can bring it to a successful close, but you'll have to help me survive these times. I realize even the financial suggestions I provide are in a sense useless to us most. Well, to most of us, because we don't have the money to save up an emergency fund. We don't have the money to invest in gold. But those are the logical things I would do if I had it. I won't do that with contributions given to me now, because I simply need them to make the rent and all the bills that hit me simultaneously in June. Now, back to the topic at hand. The Republican Mark Pocan has criticized Musk's situation as a special government employee with federal contracts. At least 52 Musk contracts with the federal government are ongoing, with 7 government agencies, no less. He has been identified by a fellow Republican, Mark Pocan, Musk has, as an individual who personifies being ripe for corruption, the words of the representative Mark Pocan. And Mark Pocan, ergo, therefore, plans to introduce a bill aimed at banning special government employees like Elon Musk, who gave at least $277 million that we know of to support Trump and other Republicans in last year's election, from ever obtaining such contracts again. In a New York Times op-ed and opinion editorial published in February, 5 former Treasury secretaries expressed concern about political actors from dodgy gaining access to the United States payment system. This access, as they wrote, endangers the security of a system previously handled exclusively by nonpartisan civil servants in order to prevent individual or partisan enrichment. Musk told the podcast host, Joe Rogan, in February that dodgy employees go through the same vetting process that those federal employees went through, which was the biggest fucking lie I've ever heard. In contrast to grand corruption is the petty kind, which citizens encounter when asked for bribes or other favors in places such as hospitals, schools, and police departments. While pop culture is rife with storylines of corrupt cops and civil servants, such as The Sopranos, most Americans have not experienced having to slip a little something extra to get their driver's license renewed or a child registered in the local public school. But as the old saying goes, a fish rots from the head down. When grand corruption increases, lower level officials may feel even more emboldened to demand bribes in ways that will prove new to many Americans. So kleptocracy takes corruption, even grand corruption, to a whole new level. There is not one specific definition of kleptocracy beyond that of rule by thieves. As with grand corruption, a kleptocracy involves tightly integrated networks of elites in political, business, cultural, social, and criminal institutions engaging in bribery, extortion, and other destructive actions. But additional characteristics make kleptocracy stand out even above grand corruption. First, the grand corruption in a kleptocracy is systemic, deeply networked, and self-reinforcing. Setting up a complex and highly lucrative corruption scheme is one thing, but transforming institutions to keep multiple streams of grand corruption through multiple networks ongoing for years or decades is a whole different level of kleptocratic wherewithal. Second, the consequences of a kleptocracy will distort long-term political and socioeconomic outcomes. While grand corruption schemes may amass elites billions of dollars, if those occur in a large enough economy, they may not necessarily impact the average citizen very much. In a kleptocracy, the distortions are so massive that even average citizens cannot miss the impacts on their very lives. Third, in non-kleptocracies, grand corruption scandals may shock the conscience and grab headlines because they are not the norm. Such grand corruption in a kleptocracy is not an aberration, but instead the unifying purpose and core function of the very state itself. The scandals come so fast, so widespread, and so large that many citizens simply feel powerless to ever respond. In other words, key elites, referred to popularly as oligarchs, are instrumental in a kleptocracy. Oligarchy is derived from the ancient Greek words oligoi, or the few, and archein, as in to rule, the rule of the few. Aristotle described oligarchy as when men of property have the government in their hands. Men of property, mind you, propertied men. Per Aristotle's definition, to count as an oligarchy, the wealthy must be able to influence the government, so to protect their power, their wealth, which equates to power, at the expense of the larger population. Well, the term is most associated with the astronomically wealthy insiders who are part of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's inner circle. Some scholars argue that those described as Russian oligarchs do not technically meet that definition because while these individuals clearly have plenty of money, most do not seem to have much actual influence over domestic or foreign affairs at all. Putin holds all the power in his singular person, and they're just kind of hanging around like parasites. The scholaress Ilya Zazeshlavsky instead refers to them as Kremlinarchs, or Kremligarchs, her words, to signify their enormous wealth, but complete and total lack of any actual political influence. Kremligarchy. That's from Ilya Zazhlevsky, to give her the proper credit. Democratic kleptocracies offer a different model of political power again. In Magyarország, Hungary, the ruling Fidesz party under Prime Minister Viktor Orbán has been able to consolidate control over the parliament, the courts, the bureaucracy, and the media. The former United States ambassador to Magyarország, or Hungary, David Pressman, has summed up Hungary's system as an embrace of nihilistic corruption. In other words, companies linked to Orbán's family and others in his inner circle receive highly preferential, lucrative opportunities for government procurement contracts, for example, while those on the outside find their ability to operate extremely limited, if not impossible. Meanwhile, even though Magyarország, or Hungary, is in the heart of Europe, the press there is highly curtailed to the point that one of its last independent radio stations was forced off air at gunpoint and all of its staff imprisoned in 2021. That's half a decade ago almost by now. Now, all kleptocracies are unique, and an American kleptocracy, as it eventuates around us right now, functions differently from those places such as Magyarország, or Hungary, European in name only and otherwise a third world shithole, Iran, or Russia, another third world shithole, Saudi Arabia, or the United Arab Emirates, or another third world shithole like Venezuela. Nonetheless, while all of these are monstrously different aberrations, kleptocracies share common characteristics. And there are signs, well, all signs, every sign, that a uniquely American form has already emerged. Seeking to categorize how kleptocracy operates in different countries, the scholar Michael Johnston has identified 4 major syndromes of corruption. The United States falls into the bucket of what he calls influence markets, the world's democratic good governance leaders. No country considered an influence market has ever become a full-fledged kleptocracy until now. In an influence market, petty corruption is rare, and cases of grand corruption can lead to jail time, new legislation, and electoral losses, though there is often significant controversy over what should be considered legitimate lobbying or campaign contributions versus outright corruption. You see, all these countries display strong democratic norms, protect personal freedoms, advocate for human rights, and have independent courts and other enforcement agencies. The state is administered through a relatively clean, professional, and apolitical civil service. The United States is the preeminent influence market country in the international system. It boasts the world's reserve currency and one of its strongest economies and one of its largest militaries. Anti-corruption institutions and norms, as understood at one time at least, were written into the Constitution by the Founding Fathers or instituted shortly thereafter, including our system of checks and balances, emoluments clauses, think of that jet from Qatar, the Bill of Rights, and the requirements for representatives to live in the districts and states that they represent. In 1977, the United States even became the first country to make it illegal to bribe another country's politicians via the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which Trump has ordered a pause on enforcing. Therefore, ergo, there is no historical model for what happens when a great power that is also an influence market becomes a kleptocracy. We are living in historically unprecedented times. Should the United States fall into kleptocracy, as we are now, irreversibly, a few winners will greatly benefit. To be sure, inequality is not new, and several studies have proven that social mobility in these United States has been declining for years. Even so, a tilt toward kleptocracy and fewer checks and balances will exacerbate an already alarming trend line. In 2023, there were 1,050 billionaires in the United States, with a combined wealth of almost $5 trillion. In the third quarter of 2024, the top 1% of Americans held $49.23 trillion in household wealth, while the bottom 50% held only $3.89 trillion. Under an American kleptocracy, the number of multi-billionaires will obviously grow along with the already disproportionate wealth of the top 1%. In a kleptocracy, preferential policy access and outright grand corruption for oligarchs mean that procurement prices rise, public services are further privatized, and nitpicky fees abound. Thus, more public roads turn into toll roads, and businesses, from airlines to hotels to credit cards, can pile on the fees and surcharges. the Trump misadministration's attempt to shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the cessation of its investigative work is the obvious harbinger of all that's yet to fall. As oligarchs can further avoid taxation, taxes fall more heavily on the poor and middle classes. Tariffs typify this trend, since they are taxes paid primarily by the consumer, not the supplier. Price increases from tariffs on food obviously hit the poor especially hard. The lowest income quintile of United States households spent 33% of their after-tax income on food in 2023, compared with the richest quintile, which spent only 8%, despite the fact that they were eating supermassive 8-course, 10-course, 12-course meals. Social programs, especially for a nation's poorest citizens, are increasingly curtailed, underfunded, or cut off entirely in a kleptocracy. The recently passed House budget proposes to extend Trump's 2017 tax cuts, which primarily benefited the wealthy, aiming to cut $2 trillion in spending over 10 years, including $880 billion in cuts to be determined by the House committee that oversees Medicare and Medicaid funding. Recent comments by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, immensely wealthy himself, that Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare are wrong, is a further worrying sign, to say the least. Trump would not be the first Republican president to muse about cutting these programs, but early maneuvers, including the proposal to slash hundreds of Veterans Affairs contracts, prove that this misadministration's cuts will be more deep and widespread than any of its predecessors. Politicized institutions, especially law enforcement, are necessary to keep the kleptocracy going. As the former Peruvian dictator Oscar Benavides put it, "For my friends, everything. For my enemies, the law." Venezuelan and Russian companies, for example, know that being on the wrong side of the government brings the tax police, devastating tax bills, and ultimately bankruptcy, making the weaponization of the IRS a threat to us all. This was something that President Richard Nixon understood when he provided his IRS commissioner an enemies list of some 200 Democrats for auditing, with the intent that they would be investigated or some even put in jail. The IRS commissioner had the list locked away rather than conducting those audits. The recent departure of the acting IRS commissioner and the firing of 6,700 probationary workers during tax season, as well as Dodgy's efforts to gain access to IRS and other taxpayer information, are also warning signs of such politicization. Looking forward, other executive orders and policies, when implemented, will only further push these United States into permanent kleptocracy. More crucial, I would think the most crucial among them all, is Schedule F, now called Schedule Policy/Career, laid out in October of 2020 by the first Trump misadministration. It was rescinded by Biden and then reestablished via an executive order on the first day of Trump's second midterm. This executive order allows civil servants to be categorized into an employment grouping with fewer job protections, undermining 150 years of civil service reform. Implementing it will turn these United States to the spoils system prevalent in the 19th century, the age of the Dome scandal and the, oh God, just so much corruption. It's like I don't even know if I could do it justice. Teapot Dome, so much else. It's hard to describe what it was like to live in those days to your average human being. I've had a hell of a time trying to describe such to the Blood Boys in my responsibility as a tutor. But when you think of what it was like back in the day, back the way it used to be, what Trump thinks of as the great, good old days, the golden age, the railroad age, that was when the people of the United States, to use a somewhat proletarian term, well, there was one amateur historian at the time, circa 1877, who said, "It was the year that made the impossible possible, and not in any good way." The country was in a maleficent malaise, sick with the strain of the Civil War, sick with cynicism of the railroad barons, sick with the surfeit of immigrants unable to speak the English language, another major culture war factor of the time. It didn't have the spirit. Theodore Roosevelt's theory was the popular one of the 19th century, the wrong one. John Setter's theory, that was simpler. The United States, the great new industrial cyclops, was sick with its own greed. It was a giant sunk to its waist in a swamp of greed, powerful and impotent at the same time. The railroads and the barons who ran them tried to take over the last third of the continent via the genocide, the mass extermination of the red American Indian in one enormous bite. They thought they could do it, and they persuaded the rest of the Americans that they could. And as those tracks ran west, a nation got on board, speculating on silver and gold and land and timber and wheat and corn, on cattle, pigs, sheep, on copper, cotton, iron, on anything at all. And after an arduous struggle between the states for the rights of man, the people saw themselves gaining a paradise that they felt was their birthright, the reward of laissez-faire capitalism. You know, on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange in 1870, Jay Gould sat on that floor and said, "By God, it's a great century." Now, by 1877, within less than a decade, things were different. Jay Gould, the idol of the masses, was stopped on the street by a man who pushed him into a doorway and beat him half to death. Beat him into so bloody a pulp, his face was unrecognizable when the police came to pick his body up. And all the bystanders stood around and laughed. In fact, a policeman kept order among the spectators, but he was laughing with them. After his deed was done, the man dusted off his hands and walked away to cheers. And Jay Gould, he didn't even bother to press charges, because he'd already been beaten in the same manner by other men twice that year. The romance and the promises of the railroad development schemes had worn thin in 7 years, since the start of the Great Depression in 1873. Most of the grand names behind those iron roads were accompanied by bodyguards. Yeah, Gould's Railroad, like most of the others, ultimately was in the hands of creditors. People who had invested in the railroads read about the bribery of the vice president, about the credit Mobilier scandal, about the congressional scandals, about the government loan scandals, the scandals that came on top of each other day after day between layers of denials after denials. They were confused, but they knew one thing. Men like Jay Gould spent the afternoon buying a diamond while they spent the afternoon looking for a job. Everyone, except for a sonorous few, the unshakable captains of industry, was looking for a job. 1 out of 4 men in the United States had no job at all, while the rest looked for something that would pay better than 10 cents an hour. When night came to New York City, 80,000 homeless people came into police stations to turn themselves in, all of them confessing to a crime just to keep warm until the next day. It meant that 1/10 of the nation's greatest city lived in prison, voluntarily or otherwise. There had never been anything like the Depression of 1877. Thrift, strength, intelligence, perseverance meant nothing as entire towns shut down. People understood droughts or plagues or natural disasters, but to the unsophisticated worker of that era, the normal exhale of industry was a new mystery, like an epidemic without a disease. In their frustration, hiding in shanty towns, they heard how the Homestead Act was being abused by big companies to seize land on the Indian frontier. 1,000 acres of fertile ground was staked out by company agents, leaving nothing but scrub for the family farmer. Reform was dead, murdered in the ultimate of scandals, in a scandal-staggered time. Samuel Tilden, the most famous fighter of corruption in the country, was elected president by 250,000 votes on November 7th of 1876. In electoral votes, he won 196 to 173 over the former Union General Rutherford Hayes. Samuel Tilden was a Confederate, you see, while the former Union General, a gorilla in a suit, Rutherford Hayes, was the Republican candidate. The South had won the war. Then the spoils machine went to work. In Florida, a mass shipment of cash wrapped in threats went to the vote returning boards, and the votes of Democratic precincts were disallowed, and Democrat in those days meant Dixiecrat. The chairman of the board admitted all of this later when a promised appointment never came through, but by then it was too late. Florida had 4 electoral votes. The same combination worked in Louisiana. On November 8th, Louisiana had 8 electoral votes. Tilden still had 250,000 votes more, but the switches made Hayes president. 185 electoral votes to 184. 1 vote brought the Union into play again as the winners of the war. With little finesse and in broad daylight, the presidency of the United States was stolen and a pirate flag was run up over the Union and Confederate States of America. Together at the same time, the North and South both lost, and the railroad robber barons won in the first Gilded Age of the United States. There was some talk about a second Southern rebellion to save this nation's honor. The publisher of the Louisville Courier-Journal, a Republican himself, printed a call for 100,000 men to defend the capital. Rumors spread about camps of soldiers in Washington waiting for such a popular protest, but talk of rebellion soon ended because there were other things to talk about. President Hayes and the newspapers and the Republicans said, Basically, it was the insult of the existence of the Redskin Indian out in the frontier west that was the source of all our troubles. If we only killed them, if we only wiped them out, the white man could stand tall again. And that's when they really decided to expand, exterminate, and regain their sense of white pride through mass murder. That's where all of this is going. That's where all of this will go. Now, I hope I'm coherent and getting the message out, because it's your job to spread the word. Your war, and it's a guerrilla war. It's an information war. And the only way you can win is by letting people know that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and exposing what's the reality of your situation. It's historical precedent in which, indeed, in this case, I'm the only solution that you've got. Now, in terms of the executive order, the spoils system that Trump is bringing us back to, taking us back in a time machine to the 19th century, the result of all these various executive orders and directives, questionable personnel choices, a hamstrung Justice Department, undermined independent agencies, and the defunding and defanging of the civil service is that those who want to morph United States federal institutions for their own personal benefit are all in positions of ultimate power to do so. Moreover, the rapid-fire initiation of all of these efforts makes it harder for states, courts, civil society, and journalists to respond effectively. This is the former Trump advisor, Steve Bannon's infamous edict to flood the zone with shit in action. The shit being Trump staff, Team Trump, is flooding the zone. And they're walking, talking, subhuman turds. Journalists in a kleptocracy, people in a position like myself, are further constricted because libel laws will be skewed to make it easier for those in power to mount strategic lawsuits against mass media, civil society, or even ordinary citizens like myself, who attempt to report on malfeasance, to silence us. Musk and the misadministration's response to reporting that identifies dodgy employees is an early example of this. The narrative is being controlled in other ways as well, or I should say as ill. While Amazon founder Jeff Bezos' ownership of the Washington Post or Musk's ownership of X gets the most attention, conservative ownership of local media stations throughout these United States, such as Sinclair's network of nearly 200, makes them an important means to shape the pro-Trump message. In a globalized world, high-quality and often highbrow media will remain available to those with the money, time, and willingness to access it. as Sergei Guriev and Daniel Treisman wrote, as they note in their book titled Spin Dictators. The availability of this media serves to prove that the regime is not actually that authoritarian, while also making scapegoats of globalist elites who read the international and all too often completely paywalled popular press. Or should we say the profitable press, because it's paywalled beyond the reach of anyone else in the population. Since the 2010 Citizens United decision, which allowed unlimited dark money to flow to federal election campaigns, what constitutes corruption for legal purposes has been very sharply curtailed. The most disturbing recent decision, however, is Trump versus United States. The case litigated in 2024, which has given the president a remarkable amount of immunity so long as his actions are in some ways linked to official acts. This is litigation that has effectively equaled legislation. And it also limits what presidential actions can even be investigated. In other words, he's been given dictatorial immunity. Combined with the ability to pardon all those involved in any federal cases, Trump and any future president now have a great deal of legal leeway to bend the United States government to their very personal will. They are kings in effect. And Trump's pardon of the cryptocurrency cult hero, Ross Ulbricht, who ran a darknet drug market and had been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and the misadministration's pressure on Romania to allow the departure of Andrew and Tristan Tate, under criminal investigation there, for human child sex trafficking and money laundering, at the times that Peter Moon, whose real name is Vinnie Barbaric, was finding himself a child bride, among other charges. These are all ominous signs. When he was asked, Trump said he knew nothing about Romania's decision to lift the travel ban. The fact that Florida's Attorney General has opened an investigation into the recently repatriated brothers who deny their charges is more promising. Trump's executive orders targeting 12 law firms, one of which represents former special counsel Jack Smith, further serve to weaken the rule of law, which has come to an end in America. Despite promises to free up business, kleptocracies must intervene substantially in the economy. After all, one cannot ensure that economic benefits go to their favored groups if the market is allowed to do its thing. In a well-governed country, for example, a procurement contract goes to the firm with the best bid and that has a track record of being able to do the work. But in a kleptocracy, most procurement contracts go to those in the right network or who paid the right bribes, not to the most qualified. The best documented example of kleptocratic state capture is an economy, the kleptocratic state capture of an economy. I think that the most preeminent, we should say the archetypal example, manifests in South Africa, where a judicial commission found that former President Jacob Zuma and other state officials worked with the yellow nigger Asian Indian Gupta family to ensure that their companies, all black African to a fault, received lucrative contracts with the government and state-owned companies while employing members and friends of Zuma's Black Afro tribe family. The massively overpriced contracts sucked tens of billions of dollars out of the economy and left a terminal hole in the federal budget. Among the detritus of the corruption and rot left over since Zuma's resignation in 2018 has been the mangling of the country's electricity grid, which in turn has undermined any potential for broader economic growth anywhere else in the South African economy. You might think that, like, when you watch the movie 1984 and say, hey, we don't live in the London Blitz skyline, eating roaches and rats, you would be tempted to say the United States is likewise nowhere near South Africa in this regard. And even though the American empire has often fallen short of our ideals in the past, without surrendering our status as a liberal democracy, despite the fact that, as I said, with our first depression, we committed ourselves to mass extermination of an indigenous minority in order to steal their land and endlessly expand. I would still say that Americans can gauge whether they are descending into kleptocracy simply by observing whether your own net worth and social network increasingly determine your rights and access to services. Because the United States was already the most unequal country in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, the most equal member state being, of course, the fascist Axis powers of Germany and Japan. In the United States, at the opposite end of the OECD spectrum, at the bottom of the list, right down there with Morocco and Nicaragua, life for the wealthy in a kleptocracy will largely carry on as it has before. Indeed, it will only improve. They can squat behind their private security in their walled communities. Their children will attend high-quality private schools and play tennis and soccer at private sports clubs. Medical insurance and health care are already available mostly to those who can pay or have an employer willing to do so. Some wealthy communities will be able to maintain high-quality policing, fire departments, and other social services. For those who cannot pay or do not happen to live or work in or near these fortunate suburban ink spots, the crumbs available for public services will continue only to diminish, as well as all public security. An opposition united against oligarchs is a kleptocracy's greatest threat, so they must maintain a divide and conquer strategy. In the 2024 presidential election, Trump increased his share of black and Latino voters and barely budged with white voters, leaving some experts to describe polarization as decreasing. But many of Trump's early decisions are designed to reinflame polarization. Exempli Geisha, his sweeping pardon of the 1,500-plus people charged with crimes related to the January 6th, 2021 attack on our United States Capitol, hardly seems geared toward uniting our country. The ongoing purge of military leaders, with some dismissals apparently linked to diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, is further divisive. Particularly notable is the firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., along with the Chief of Naval Operations, Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, and the top lawyers for the Army, Air Force, and Navy, altogether. Generals have been fired before, including by the Presidents Harry Truman and Barack Obama, and most chronically by Abraham Lincoln. But in Brown's case, there was no clear reason or any obviously poor performance to point to. In fact, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had previously questioned if Brown, who is obviously black, had received his position because of his skin color. Whether such actions, taken en masse, add up to full-fledged kleptocracy will be seen all too painfully, all too glaringly, as time progresses. But what is certain is that kleptocracy is a deliberate strategy rather than any fortuitous opportunity, there being no historical precedent of any accidental kleptocracy. There is no accidental kleptocracy. All kleptocracies are governments by conspiracy. As a result, dekleptification studies prove that the best time to dekleptify a society is whenever that society's rules and institutions are in flux, which in the United States is right now. Normally, a dekleptification window stays open for up to 2 years. But this American example is moving so fast that there are only months rather than years to react. In fact, I would say it's too late, and that only civil war and revolution, with myself involved by your word of mouth, will save you now. Civil society action through the courts has been the most effective counter-maneuver so far. Organizations such as Democracy Forward, a consortium of good governance civil society groups, have been filing lawsuits on behalf of veterans, teachers, and the rights of average citizens. Likewise, states, especially blue states, of course, have been filing lawsuits, including one alleging that DOJ's authority granted by Trump is unconstitutional, which should be obvious on the face of it. People around the world have fought against kleptocratic networks, often successfully. That means there is indeed a historical trove of dekleptification lessons learned for concerned Americans to adapt as part of developing their own strategies and tactics. USAID's, the United States Agency for International Development's dekleptification guide, is considered the best synthesis of how to dekleptify a country, because it examines case studies of both successful and unsuccessful dekleptification from around the world to find the most useful strategies. This is why Musk eliminated USA, the United States Agency for International Development. They were considered his enemy from the start because they're the dekleptification experts. They helped to clean out the third world shitholes. And since he's determined to make America a third world shithole, they were the frontline defense that stood in his way. So the document that I've just sourced, USAID's literally titled Dekleptification Guide. Look it up, only it's no longer online. Well, that document is no longer online, having been scrubbed by Elon Musk. The anti-corruption community is working to make it available to the public again. But it's hardly the only guide. Sergei Popovich. Well, Sergei Popovich helped to found the group Otpor in Serbia, which I fought on the side of in the Balkan Wars as a mercenary. And they have successfully and non-violently helped to bring down President Slobodan Milosevic's kleptocracy. Since then, Popovich worked through the Center for Applied Nonviolent Actions and Strategies to publicize successful nonviolent strategies as well. Of course, these are only two of the many global sources available that I'm aware of, personally, through personal experience. After decades of Americans trying to tell other countries' citizens how to fix their governments, that was how I encountered USAID in the Horn of Africa when I served as a mercenary there. Well, it's time now to turn the tables. And it takes Douglas Dietrich, the biological son of Adolf Hitler, to even inform you that these sources exist. Coco Strejvelt joins us in the chat saying, Team Dietrich 100, Fire, the only source of being up to date. Thank you all for all your work. Thank you, honey. I love you dearly. So let me just say, here we are. I love you. Okay, Coco Strejvelt. There we are. And give her the correct emoji here. See if I can get the emojis working again. And get back to work and earn my pay. All right, now. Here we are, I think. Jesus Christ. I keep missing the emoji I'm looking for. Here we go. One of the few decent ones I've got. All right. Now, as for grand corruption, Americans have their own history of fighting back, including during the Gilded Age. They can look for and then elect committed anti-corruption reformers like Theodore Roosevelt, reinvigorate the muckraking of Ida B. Wells and Ida Tarbell, and re-engage in the tactics of sit-ins, protest marches, boycotts, and other acts of resistance. These, after all, have been the hallmark of civil rights movements throughout American imperial history. But Trump's third term talk freezes the potential 2028 Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party field. President Donald Trump continues to flirt with the prospect of serving until 2033, when he would be 86 years old. Whether he'll follow through or not, his assertion that a third term is no joke is something that would-be contenders ignore at their own peril. Teasing a third term freezes the 2028 Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party presidential field until aspiring candidates have a clearer understanding of whether and how far Trump intends to push the limits of our Constitution. These are all the phantoms of a beleaguered republic, as reflected in the deep state and the unitary executive, as now a once fringe theory of presidential power is upending American government by turning our Constitution into a warrant. So as the United States Supreme Court girds for Trump cases, can it even pretend to be an effective firewall? In summary, it is the end of rule of law in America. Point: challenges to Trump policies are advancing in the lower courts. Point: judges have impeded Trump's curb on birthright citizenship. Until now. The point being that the Supreme Court of these United States has a roid-raging, muscular 6-3 paleo-reactionary supermajority. During his first midterm, President Donald Trump said, "I have an Article 2, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Less than 1 month into his second misadministration, he is vigorously testing that bizarre assertion and rapidly making it our new reality, or already was by February. Now, the Trump misadministration is already pushing the Senate from ineffectiveness to obsolescence. Now, Trump, from his first weeks in office, has instead threatened to render Congress almost irrelevant. He is governed by fiat, through executive orders, defying congressional spending statutes, and daring the courts to try to stop him. With the help of Elon Musk's buzzsaw, Trump has mounted an unremitting assault on the legislature's executive authority to control federal spending, which is its main leverage over the executive branch in the Constitution's separation of powers. The Trump campaign promised to upend our system of government, and by issuing directives aligned with those promises, the new Trump misadministration is pushing along multiple fronts to do just that. These misactions set up cases that could provide the paleo-conservative-dominated Supreme Court an opportunity to codify what was once a fringe theory of presidential power. Moves along one front now make it easier to fire executive branch officials and, by demanding fealty from subordinates, consolidate presidential control over the executive branch. As a candidate in 2024, Trump pledged to reissue his Schedule F executive order. I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats. Upon taking office again, the president followed through, issuing an order to make it easier to reclassify and potentially dismiss any federal civil servant if their role has a policy determining, policy making, or policy advocating character. Other actions underscore the point and test the boundaries of existing law. Exempli gratiae, the OPM, or Office of Personnel Management, sent a fork-in-the-road email to federal employees designed to incentivize mass resignations. Employees at the Department of Justice had worked on Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigations. All those who had worked on them were fired, despite their career status and protections from at-will removal. The president also fired several inspectors general, declining to provide the congressionally mandated 30-day notice and detailed reasons for their dismissal. Such rapid-fire purges are already setting up court cases that will determine how much control the president can exercise over the civil service and whether any kind of restrictions on the president's removal power are constitutional. Along a second front, President Trump has targeted independent regulatory commissions, agencies that have not traditionally been considered part of the executive branch. As a candidate, Trump pledged to bring the independent regulatory agencies, such as the Federal Communications Commission and the Federal Trade Commission, back under presidential authority, as the Constitution demands. President Trump has since fired a member of the National Labor Relations Board, despite explicit legal protections against at-will removal by the president. Moves like that set up a test of whether Congress can insulate agencies from direct presidential control at all. The implications are far-reaching, far-ranging, touching agencies as vital to national economic stability as the Federal Reserve. And a third front targets control over federal spending and challenges Congress's constitutional authority over appropriations. In the perfect balance of comedy and terror, Elon Musk has been grabbing headlines, but another man may be even more dangerous. The OMB director, Russell Vought, isn't as flashy as Musk, but it's his vision of destroying the federal government that's being put into effect. As a candidate, Trump pledged to do everything I can to challenge the Impoundment Control Act in court and, if necessary, get Congress to overturn it. I will then use the president's long-recognized impoundment power to squeeze the bloated federal bureaucracy for massive savings. Along these lines, the Trump administration's OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, whose newly confirmed director is a proponent of a formerly fringe doctrine that claims the president has the power to control federal spending absolutely, directed the executive branch to temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance. The memorandum claiming that career and political appointees in the executive branch have a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the American people as expressed through presidential priorities. It's kind of like the Pope. The president's the infallible avatar of God. That memo was it was immediately rescinded amid widespread confusion, lawsuits, and court orders. Court orders that said the memo was unconstitutional, explicitly. That effort was, however, likely but an opening salvo in what the misadministration knows will be a broad test of whether the court will allow the president to impound congressionally appropriated funds. There's a document circulating at OMB that describes a strategy to restore impoundment authority through court challenges to existing practice, focusing on its violation of the separation of powers, and seeking legal precedent to affirm the president's Article 2 powers under the Take Care Clause and Executive Vesting Clause. Similarly, Elon Musk, whose Department of Government Efficiency is aggressively targeting agencies like the United States Agency for International Development for all the reasons I've just articulated, and even the Treasury Department's payment system has expressed confidence that the Supreme Court will find the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 unconstitutional. The assault on our federal government by Elon Musk's Dodgy organization has been furious, chaotic, and even surprising in its scope. But it's not entirely unexpected. The first signs of Donald Trump's ambitions to dismantle the government actually emerged during the end of his first midterm, when the Office of Management and Budget tried to abuse but ran out of time to implement his Schedule F executive order to strip employment protections from tens of thousands of government workers. That maneuver back in 2020 was partly the work of Russell Vought, who is once again leading the OMB. In the 4 years that Trump was out of power, Vought was busy establishing the framework for the current attacks on the federal agencies and laying out plans for more king-like powers for the president. In this way, we can credit Vought, an avowed Christian nationalist and a key player in Trump's first impeachment, for this moment just as much as Musk or the president himself. As he explained in a 2024 speech reported by ProPublica, Vought warned, he wanted, the assault on civil servants to not just be dramatic, but ruthless. To quote Vought himself, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as villains. We want to put them in trauma." This is not mere bluster from a culture war crank. Vought is a major power player in the MAGA policy world. He wrote Project 2025's playbook for the misadministration's first 180 days. Drafted executive orders for the president to sign. Trump didn't write them. Vought did. Trump merely signed off. And he served as the policy director of the Republican National Committee's Official Platform Committee for 2024. Vought termed his philosophy, as he laid it out in a 2022 article, radical constitutionalism. He argued that the left had brought our country into a post-constitutional moment by expanding the administrative state and empowering permanent, expert civil servants. The result was an unnatural version of the government that the founders would have abhorred. This is Vogt's philosophy, not mine. I'm merely articulating his insanity. Basically, he's convinced that a relatively small cohort leads powerful congressional committees, what he calls the committee barons. And then the non-elected career civil servants actually run the government, while the president and the majority of lawmakers hold little true power. His belief system is a mix of fantasy originalism, meaning that you project what you want back onto the founding fathers and say, I want it the way they wanted it, as if you're channeling them when you're using them to channel you, and unitary executive theory, the idea that the president has total control over the executive branch, and agencies that administer the law should not act with any independence. This is called, it's absolute monarchy. That's what it's called. Vogt wrote, the right needs to throw off the precedents and legal paradigms that have wrongly developed over the last 200 years, and to study carefully the words of the Constitution and how the founders would have responded in modern situations to the encroachments of other branches. While he was at the Center for Renewing America, the think tank he founded during his private sector interregnum, Vogt indicated a few concrete ways he would push his vision. He would create a shadow legal office to advise the president on how he would expand his powers. He would root out the deep state actors from the intelligence and law enforcement agencies who either investigated Trump's illegal behavior, I should say misbehavior, or served as a check upon it. He would eliminate job protections for civil servants. To apply pressure and hamstring the agency's work, he would have the president invoke his right to impound funds appropriated by Congress, to hold back from distributing all of an agency's budget. This was a power the president had before the Watergate scandal, but it has been illegal ever since. And he would have the president challenge the idea of independent agencies altogether, exerting authority over their priorities and pushing back on the idea of a Justice Department or Federal Reserve or Securities and Exchange Commission that acted under its own internal principles with a mandate from Congress. These ideas are everywhere in Trump's executive orders and in Musk's gutting of those agencies. It's also worth noting that Vogt's end goal is not just boosting Trump's agenda. He specifically craves a Christo-nationalist version of these United States. He has said as much in essays and in his work for the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, which he advised and for which he authored a chapter on the executive office of the president. Indeed, Vogt was vice president of the Heritage Foundation's advocacy arm before the first Trump misadministration. The CRA, the Center for Renewing America, was an advisory group for Project 2025. In 2021, Vogt wrote an article for Newsweek in which he proclaimed himself a Christo-nationalist, vowed to preserve our country's Judeo-Christian heritage. Whenever somebody says that shit, you know that they're an Edomite. There is no such thing as Judeo-Christianity. What does that even fucking mean? It would make more sense to say Judeo-Islam because these are both Semitic cultures. But Christianity is the opposite of Judaism, the antithesis thereof. The Old Testament is represented as the Jewish mad God. And God got a lot nicer as he got older. because he came to earth as a man. A Christian is New Testament and would not abide Mosaic law. But as a pervert, the Christo-nationalist Vogt argues that a shared religious heritage, in essence, the elimination of the separation of church and state, is essential to being a nation. Just like Putin's crap about being a Christian empire when they're an empire of Edomites. But Vogt wrote that America should be recognized as an explicitly Christian nation where our rights and duties are understood to come from God, and where there is an institutional separation between church and state, but not the separation of Christianity from its influence on government and society. What does this mean? Well, Vogt himself has pushed for abortion drugs to be made illegal, suggested that immigrants should have a sense of the Judeo-Christian worldview of these United States, and described Trump as God's gift to America. His think tank, which is dedicated to creating a country for God, opposes pornography. Well, instantly, that's a negative in my world, and supports policies that would encourage families to have more children, even though they're all getting poorer and cannot even afford the ones they have. He has called gender inclusivity initiatives in education transgender sewage, and was a leader in the anti-critical race theory crusades around the country. Vogt long ago established that he does not fear violating our democratic norms. During the first Trump misadministration, the OMB, his office, withheld military aid funds from Ukraine during Trump's quid pro quo demands for Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden, the incident that led to Trump's first impeachment that Peter Moon was so enamored of. Hunter Biden, man! Now, Vogt has argued the president should abuse the Insurrection Act to violently suppress protests, even though Trump pardoned an attempt at insurrection that was launched against our very capital. Vogt has continued to deny the outcome of the 2020 election, hiring Jeffrey Clark, a key Stop the Steal figure, for a CRA role. Like Musk and Trump, Vogt believes in breaking the system. Unlike them, he believes in doing so from an extremist religious position. It's unclear whether his Christo-nationalist Weltanschauung, his worldview, will take his toll in the larger political machinations of the anti-bureaucracy movement. But regardless, it indicates that one of the architects of this movement feels not dispassionate pragmatism, but a kind of divine righteousness in inflicting great trauma on our entire country. A common thread connects these three fronts. Each draws on a stringent and extreme reading of what the Constitution's separation of powers demands and what the president is empowered to do. Cultivated by the retro-reactionary legal movement and now widely shared within it, this theory of the unitary executive deploys the vesting clause of Article 2 of the Constitution to declare that all of the executive power belongs to the president alone. The theme animated the Heritage Foundation's Blueprint for Action, Project 2025. That plan is now being deployed to destroy the integrity of the administrative state and to redirect at the president's will the vast powers now concentrated in the executive branch. President Donald Trump's sweeping assertions of executive power during his first weeks back in office appear headed toward United States Supreme Court showdowns, but it remains an open question whether or how much the justices might act to check his authority. Since taking office on January 20th, Trump's views of presidential authority, by all evidence, are far less restrained than those of any of his White House predecessors, and according to legal scholars, citing actions such as seeking to restrict birthright citizenship, withholding funding appropriated by Congress, and removing heads of independent federal agencies, are all testament to Trump's ultimate objective of absolute monarchy, a dynasty to be inherited by his son. Per Erwin Chemerinsky, Dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, who I personally consulted, the unifying theme is an extreme view of presidential power unlike anything we have ever seen before. Trump prevailed in 3 major cases last year at the Supreme Court, whose 6-3 paleoconservative majority includes 3 justices, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. He appointed during his first midterm as president. The court has shoved United States law steadily rightward with Trump's picks on the bench. Trump's misactions have prompted dozens of lawsuits now proceeding through lower courts. They involve challenges to actions such as his hardline steps on immigration, federal workforce protections, the legal status of an entity created by Trump and led by the multi-billionaire Elon Musk dedicated to slashing our United States government and his maneuvers to restrict transgender rights. The Supreme Court could be called upon in these coming weeks and months to act in a challenge to Trump's policies, depending on how quickly appeals move through these lower courts. Some of the plaintiffs have accused Trump of usurping the authority of Congress as set out in the United States Constitution, while Trump's fellow Republicans who control that Congress have offered scant resistance. These misactions by Trump may be vulnerable to being declared invalid by the judiciary. Citing Trump's efforts to unilaterally shut down federal government agencies, which are created, funded, and given authority by Congress, and his attempt to cut off federal spending appropriated by United States lawmakers in context of our Constitution's language delineating presidential authority, the University of Illinois Chicago law professor Steve Schwinn confirms that, in his words, these efforts most clearly encroach on congressional authority and are least obviously supportable by the president's Article II powers. Federal judges acted to halt Trump's attempt to freeze federal grants, loans, and other financial assistance even after the White House's Office of Management and Budget rescinded its wide-ranging directive announcing the funding freeze. Trump would be likely to lose if that dispute comes before the Supreme Court. Weighing against Trump is the Constitution's separation of powers between the United States government's executive and legislative branches, as well as federal law and the Supreme Court's own prior decisions. They would essentially be surrendering their power unto him. Referring to the majority threshold on the court, however, the Boston University School of Law professor Robert Tsai concludes, "I can easily imagine 5 votes to brush him back on this. However, this is what brings us to Troy Bellamy's demand for my covering the concept of birthright citizenship. The birthright citizenship case is now in the Supreme Court. You see, lower courts blocked for what seemed like it was going to be an indefinite period Trump's attempt to narrow birthright citizenship. Trump directed U.S. agencies to refuse to recognize the citizenship of children born in these United States if neither their mother nor father is an American citizen or lawful permanent resident. Democratic-led states and other plaintiffs have argued that Trump's order violates a right enshrined in our Constitution's 14th Amendment that provides that anyone born in these United States is a citizen. That's how black slaves became citizens overnight. Before that, they were property. And when Aristotle said propertied men control the government in an oligarchy, a government by the few, that's what the fucking founding fathers were, an oligarchy of propertied men to whom property was not just land, but black slaves. The consensus among scholars interviewed by Reuters is that the Supreme Court will likely invalidate Trump's birthright citizenship action now that the case has reached the justices. I disagree with their optimism. And remember, our country was founded by oligarchs, to whom property included other human beings. So, the more realistic scholars are less certain, predicting that at least some of the conservative justices will be open to narrowing the Supreme Court's 1898 decision in a case called United States versus Wong Kim Ark. It all came down to a San Francisco Chinese individual, an ethno-Chinese American in the Golden Gated city of the greater Bay Area metroplex region. The early days of the frontier west, this was the Embarcadero. That ruling on United States versus what they called Chinaman, Wong Kim Ark, has long been understood to mean that children born in these United States to non-citizen parents are entitled to American citizenship. Trump's Justice Department has argued that the court's ruling was narrower, applying to children whose parents had a permanent domicile and residence in the United States. Relating his view is that Trump's actions in his first weeks in office pose a constitutional crisis representing, in his words, the greatest threat to American democracy since the first American Civil War between the states for rights of 1861 through 1865, when states that allowed slavery rebelled. The Cornell Law School professor Gautam Ham said, "I would hope that the Supreme Court would cleanly and categorically stop the birthright citizenship executive order, but I have learned better than to have confidence in this court. I feel a bit foolish in making such a sweeping claim, but I cannot think of another more dire moment." In other words, if we have a retro-conservative court, people, retro-conservative, paleo-reactionary, they're going to deprive all blacks of their citizenship, and yes, if you're black, guess what? The Supreme Court will rule that you're a slave again. Among the court's misactions, cheered by conservatives in recent years, were its 2022 decisions to roll back abortion rights and expand all gun rights. Its 2023 ruling to reject race-conscious collegiate admissions and various actions curbing federal regulatory agencies. The most consequential of Trump's three victories at the Supreme Court yesteryear was a ruling authored by the paleo-conservative Chief Justice John Roberts that embraced Trump's request for total immunity after he was indicted on federal criminal charges involving his efforts to overturn the United States government, his 2020 election loss to Democrat Joe Biden. It was the first time the court recognized any degree of presidential immunity from prosecution, especially for an attempt to overthrow their legally elected government, no less. That misruling gave former presidents broad immunity for official acts taken in office. Trois paleoconservative justices would have to side against Donald Trump in order for the court to rule against him in any case decided by the 9 justices, assuming its 3 liberal members also oppose him on basis of principle. Trump would be able to, over the next 4 years, make fresh lifetime appointments to the court if any current members depart. Some judges in lower courts have voiced alarm over Trump's vision of his authority. In issuing a nationwide injunction against Trump on birthright citizenship, the Seattle-based United States District Judge John Couganar said, "It has become ever more apparent that to our president, the rule of law is but an impediment to his policy objectives. The rule of law is, according to him, something to navigate around or simply ignore, whether that be for political or personal gain." That brings us back to that corruption I was talking about. Trump's misadministration then filed a notice to appeal Couganar's decision, bringing us back to the Supreme Court. That brings us as well to a 1935 precedent. You see, scholars said Trump could prevail in some of the disputes over his executive orders that will inevitably reach the Supreme Court. A former member of the National Labor Relations Board has argued in a lawsuit that in firing her, Trump violated a federal law that allows a president to oust a board member only for neglect of duty or malfeasance in office, and no other cause. The dispute will give the Supreme Court a chance to reassess its own 1935 precedent that has limited a president's ability to fire certain agency heads. Some of the justices have signaled a willingness to rein in or perhaps overturn that ruling in a case called Humphrey's Executor versus the United States. By the way, Troy Bellamy joins us in the chat and says, Chief Justice Roger Taney said during the Dred Scott decision that black men had rights that the white man is bound to respect. The 14th Amendment is foundation of most civil rights legislation. Thank you, sir. Yeah, very much appreciated that you are listening, and I appreciate your input. Troy Bellamy, a fellow teacher, as a matter of fact. He also teaches immigrants. Yeah, my kind of immigrants are much different from his kind of immigrants, but, you know, it's merely a matter of melanin in the end, and weird circumstance. At any rate, back to my train of thought here. Basically, per the Harvard law professor, Mark Tushnet, he said, given what a majority of the court has recently said about Humphrey's Executor case in Humphrey's Executor versus United States, 1935, Trump will win. The Trump misadministration is gambling that the court will not prove itself any effective firewall. And the misadministration has decent odds on its side. John Yoo, who served as a Justice Department attorney under Republican former President George W. Bush and is now a professor at UC Berkeley School of Law, has observed that Trump's first weeks back in office showed him exercising a broad conception of executive power, in his words, one that draws on precedents from times of crises and emergency in American history. Exempli gratiae, Trump declared a national emergency along the United States-Mexicano border, though critics have questioned whether emergency circumstances genuinely exist, warranting that maneuver. Referring to the 18th century authors of the Constitution, Yu has explained, in those periods, presidential power expands. This was the very purpose that the framers understood to be the purpose of a single chief executive. The question is whether the United States is truly facing emergency circumstances. If past presidents could establish DEI and affirmative action in government offices, then the current president can eliminate the programs. I think that Trump will lose. The original understanding of the 14th Amendment and subsequent Supreme Court opinions and government practice require that everyone born in the United States become a citizen. In other words, Trump's efforts to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion policies from government operations are the most secure among the president's executive actions being challenged. It is almost certain that the Supreme Court will affirm all the president's misactions, and the Trump misadministration has every bad reason to make the bet. The court's recent decisions in cases like Seila Law versus Consumer Financial Protection Bureau of 2020 and Trump versus the United States in 2024 have aggressively advanced the unitary project. The Republican-appointed justices who would be the key votes on deciding such cases all came up through the retro-conservative legal movement, many based in past Republican presidential administrations in which the unitary executive theory was treated as gospel. No doubt, the paleo-reactionary legal movement believes that in advancing the unitary executive theory, it is espousing the true meaning of the Constitution. In fact, it boasts that it has rediscovered the original meaning. But we should be under no illusions that adopting such decisions will ever restore Americans' faith in our Constitution. Instead, judicial approval for the president's misactions will fatally, terminally, lethally undercut our Constitution's power-sharing design. It will turn our Constitution into a warrant for one group of participants to impose its will unilaterally upon the rest of us. The long-running effort to give the cover of law to unbridled presidentialism stands today on the brink of victory, rendering Trump's threat of a third term no laughing matter at all. Between the U.S. President Donald Trump's crackdown on immigration, to his misadministration's targeting of federal workers, and the White House's attacks on the media, a casual info consumer may have missed that Trump has openly mused on multiple occasions about running for a third term. Shortly after Trump was inaugurated, the representativist Andy Ogles, Republican from Tennessee, introduced a resolution on January 23rd seeking to amend our Constitution so that Trump can serve a third term. But this last Thursday I think it was last Thursday of the month before last, on the 74th anniversary of the ratification of the 22nd Amendment, which limits a person to being elected only twice to the presidency, the democracy watchdog group Stand Up America warned that Trump's recent remarks about remaining in office are worth paying attention to. In their statement, the Stand Up America executrix directress Christina Harvey attested that this isn't a joke or a slip of the tongue. It's a test to see how far he can go in his quest for unchecked power. Today would be a good day for every elected official to reaffirm the oath they took to defend our Constitution, including the 22nd Amendment. But Trump has continued to make cryptic comments about a third term in office, something the U.S. Constitution does not allow on multiple occasions. While speaking with White House Republicans on November 13th, Trump said, "I suspect I won't be running again unless you say, he's so good, we've got to figure something else out." In late January at House Republicans' annual issues retreat at Trump National Doral, Trump's golf club and resort outside Miami, Trump said, "Am I allowed to run again?" The Speaker, Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, he said, "I better not get you involved in that." Thusly, Elon Musk's own bureaucratic coup d'etat, or stroke of state, with that underway, the rapid, unscheduled disassembly of the United States government is at hand, unraveling before our every eye. Elon Musk is not the president, but it is all too evident that he, a foreign-born, unelected, multi-billionaire who was never confirmed by Congress, has been exercising ultimate influence over the federal government of these United States, seizing control of information, payment systems, and personnel management. It is nothing short of an administrative coup d'etat, a stroke of state. As the head of an improvised team within the Trump administration with completely ambiguous power, the Department of Government Efficiency, or acronymously DOGE, D-O-G-E, in reference to a meme about a Shiba Inu dog that is the mascot of a crypto coin currency, Musk has managed quite a lot in the 100 days of damage that he demonstrated since Inauguration Day. He barged into at least one government building and made plans to end leases or sell some of them. 3 leases have been terminated so far, according to Stephen Ehikian, the General Service Administration's, the GSA's acting administrator. He called in employees from Tesla and the Boring Company to oversee broad workforce cuts, including at the Office of Personnel Management, the OPM. One of Musk's appointed advisors, according to Wired magazine, was just 21 years old, while another graduated from high school last year. During this time, the OPM staffers, presumably affiliated with DOGE, reportedly set up an on-premise email server that was vulnerable to hacking and able to collect data on government employees, one that a lawsuit brought by 2 federal workers proved violated the E-Government Act of 2002. There has never yet been a response to this complaint that I am aware of. Musk's people also reportedly gained access to the Treasury's payment systems, abused to disburse more than $5 trillion to Americans each year, a national security risk in and of itself, according to Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, as well as computer systems that contained the personal data of millions of civil servants. They subsequently locked some senior employees out of those systems, as exposed by Reuters. Musk himself has never responded to my requests for comment. Over the first weekend of February, the Trump misadministration put 2 senior staffers at the USAID, United States Agency for International Development, on administrative leave. Staffers who, according to CNN, had tried to thwart Musk's staff's attempts to access sensitive and classified information. Into that weekend, Musk posted on X that USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die! Because, of course, they published the decleptification manual, which would have shown how to purge him, bleach him, like a roach. USAID staffers were then barred from entering the unit's headquarters just the month before last. This is called flooding the zone with shit. Taken in aggregate, these misactions are overwhelming, but Musk's political project with DOGE is actually quite straightforward. The world's second richest man after Putin appears to be indiscriminately dismantling our government with an eye toward consolidating power and punishing his political enemies. Now, 12 days before the 2024 election, I concluded that Musk's chaotic takeover of Twitter was going to be the blueprint for his potential tenure at DOGE. Unfortunately, as always, I was right. He's running the exact same playbook. But it's worth keeping in mind that there are 12 ways of measuring success for Musk's projects. First, whether the organizations themselves benefit under his leadership, and second, whether Musk himself gets something out of the arrangement. Musk's stewardship of X has been a financial nightmare, a failure by any business judgment. He has alienated advertisers, tanked revenue and user growth. He's saddled investment banks with debt from the purchase that they'll need to sell off. Yet Musk's own influence and net worth has grown considerably during this time. His fanboys and the MAGA faithful don't care that X is a flailing business because Musk did deliver on giving liberals their supposed comeuppance by de-verifying accounts and reinstating all the banned trolls. He turned the platform into a conspiratorial superfund site, has boosted right-wing accounts and talking points, and helped elect Donald Trump as president. Musk's purchase, ergo, is a success in all their eyes because he succeeded in turning X into a political weapon. And the same thing is happening right now with Doji. Musk and his Silicon Valley acolytes are acting on a long-held fantasy of approaching the federal government like a software company and running it like a venture-backed tech startup during the days of 0% interest rates. Here's the problem. The federal government is not a software company. Recently, a former senior Twitter executive confessed, "The stakes are wildly different, man." Now, this person who requested anonymity because they worked closely with Musk during his takeover and fear retribution against their very lives and the lives of their family, argued that Musk seems incapable of recognizing the limits of his own knowledge. When I asked them to describe Musk's managerial strategy, they borrowed a term of art from SpaceX's own rocket mishaps. This is a rapid, unscheduled disassembly of government services. Which is another way of saying, Houston, we have a problem, while the space shuttle explodes and disintegrates into atmospheric frost. Troy Bellamy says cases like Brown versus Board, Loving versus Virginia on interracial marriage, and Plessy versus Ferguson. Okay, thank you, sir. I have no idea whether he's asking me for a... I'll just clap because I don't know whether he's asking me to dive into those cases or presenting them as just to show us that he knows his shit, which is fine. So I applaud him on that. At any rate, the theory that the government is inefficient is not altogether incorrect. To provide a sense of how intricate government agencies are and what it would take to reform them, Robert Gordon, formerly the Deputy Assistant to the President for Economic Mobility in the Biden administration, who has spent time in the Office of Management and Budget and as the Assistant Secretary responsible for grants policy at the Department of Health and Human Services, is quick to note that we desperately need to simplify processes within the federal government to allow workers to execute more quickly and develop more agile technology, such as the direct file product that the IRS recently made to allow Americans to file taxes for free. To quote T, no doubt the government could do more here, but it requires incredibly specific approaches implemented in a thoughtful way. It requires paying enormous attention to detail, not blowing shit up. Among Gordon's biggest concerns is that Doge's slapdash cuts will remove key links in the bureaucratic chain that make the government function at all. even simple-sounding procedures, allocating government funds in a crisis like, say, a pandemic, require coordination among teams of civil servants across multiple government offices. In a Substack post a month or so ago, Gordon wrote that Musk and Dodgy have instead operated with his words, I'm reading now, vast carelessness. This government cannot trouble itself to plan for the biggest things, the funds that thousands of organizations use to serve millions of people. It has swept up civil servants in a vortex of confusion and fear. Now, yestermencies on X, last month on X, Musk wrote that the Treasury team that built Direct File no longer exists. His words, Musk's words, that group has been deleted. That this system is inefficient is frustrating, but Gordon worries that the chaos caused by Musk's efforts will halt any possibility of reform. To quote his T at length and verbatim, all of this is done by back office types. There are so many people in that process, and it matters enormously how good they are. If you want to make this system better, you need to create space for civil servants who know what they're doing to do that work. What's very likely to happen now, because of this pressure, is that most competent people who, on that chain, are at super high risk of saying, I gave it my best shot. I don't need this. And quit. Because they can get better jobs. That's what I see happening. His words. Of course, the so-called techno-right does not agree, but this reasoning is not usually compatible with the reality of managing complex organizations. As the former Twitter exec has told the Fourth Estate, after Musk took over the platform, his people enthusiastically championed ideas that seasoned employees with knowledge of the company had already researched and rejected. As the political scientist Henry Farrell wrote this past month, I believe it was yestermencies, the fact that none of the dodgy people actually understand how government functions is a feature, not a bug. If you understand the workings of the federal bureaucracy, you are almost certainly part of the problem, not the solution. It wasn't that we hadn't thought about new ways, say, to do verification or handle bots, but we rejected them on the basis of research and data. There was a huge contrast between the methodical approach and Musk's rapid-fire whims. According to one former exec, when Musk barged into Twitter in 2022 as its new CEO, his strategy was decision-making by vibes. Those vibes were often dictated by the sycophants in Musk's orbit. The executive described Musk as surprisingly receptive to ideas when presented with facts and data, but said that few in his inner circle questioned or spoke frankly with him. And so, his words, I'm going to quote him now, and so, in the absence of rational decision-making, we got the vibes-based yes-man approach. The former executive did point to a meaningful difference between X and Dodgy, however. The government is big and complex. This may be an asset during an assault. They said, even if you try to take a flamethrower to the government, the destruction won't be quick. There will be legal challenges and congressional fights, and in the months and weeks, it will be individuals who will keep essential services running. The government workers who know what they're doing may still be able to make positive incremental change from within. It's a rousing, hopeful notion, but I fear that the focus on the particulars of this unqualified assault on our government is like looking at X's bottom line, in that it obscures Musk's real ambitions. What are Dodgy's metrics for success? If X is our guide, health, functionality, and sustainability are all incidental and able to be sacrificed. The end game for Musk seems to be just as it was with Twitter. Seize a polarized, inefficient institution, fuse his identity with it, and then abuse it to punish his enemies and reward his friends. Doge is a moonshot program to turn our government into Musk's personal political weapon. You see, it doesn't matter that he says, "Oh, I'm checking out. I'm withdrawing." The predatory capitalist Elon Musk is America's colonialist Cecil Rhodes. Elon Musk, who is one of Trump's closest advisors still, is himself a white Suid-Afrikaner and immigrated to these United States by way of Canada to avoid military service in his own native country. Like Trump, another fucking draft dodger. And here we have this. To put that into perspective, I've just entered a link that I refer all of you onto, and I will enter it into our conversation for anyone to access on the call as well. And with that, how do I return to train of thought again? You see, this brings us to Trump's South Africa executive order, yet again. Trump's gotten increasingly angry that deportations aren't higher, yet Trump has signed an executive order to promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees, white African refugees. And here I present another link. Let's put this into live stream and also into our text box. Okay, get this up and running again. So Heather was in here, so we know other people can access this. And honestly, I should put this into other, I guess I don't need to put it into the other source here where anyone can enter the call. That seems more like the Aristides Ionas call. Okay, and all right. So, with that, according to three sources familiar with the discussions at ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, at the White House, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are under increasing pressure to boost the number of arrests and deportations of undocumented immigrants. As President Donald Trump has expressed ever more anger that the number of people deported in the first weeks of his administration is not higher. Since his inauguration what seems like only last month, it's been so fast, but basically over 100 days ago by now, about 3 to 4 months we're heading towards, President Donald Trump has feverishly worked to restrict immigration to these United States and has started to revoke the legal status of many immigrants from Latin America who are in these United States legally. Again, that brings me to another link that I need to share with our listeners. If I can just get this out of the way and press the enter button. Here we go. And I will put this into our text box as well. And good title for that, 4 years in a day. Every day feels like that. Trump has paused the resettlement of tens of thousands of refugees who'd already been vetted and approved to relocate to these United States, including as many as 15,000 Afghans. he ended humanitarian parole for immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, leaving more than 500,000 already living here in legal limbo. As black immigrants, Haitians are doubly marginalized by structural racism embedded in American imperial immigration policies. Since 2021, about 15,000 Haitians have found new lives in Springfield, Ohio, after fleeing the violence of Haiti, their native country. But a wave of baseless rumors and hate, amplified by then former President Donald Trump and his running mate, the United States Senator J.D. Vance at the time, had shattered that sense of safety. Many of the city's Haitian immigrants were left questioning whether their vision of an American dream is still even possible. In my perspective, Trump's baseless allegations reflect America's deeply rooted history of systemic racism against Haiti and its people. The roots of anti-Haitian racism in these United States can be traced to the Haitian Revolution in 1804, in which black Haitians who were enslaved rose up and overthrew the French colonial government. The Immigration Act of 1924, also known as the Johnson-Reed Act, including the Asian Exclusion Act and National Origins Act. This was publication L68 through 139 in terms of the pages. 43 is the number of the statute. I think it was 153 enacted May 26 of 1924. That was a United States federal law that prevented immigration from Asia and set quotas on the number of immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe, altogether limiting the number of immigrants allowed into these United States. It was a response to the xenophobia that was prevalent in the 1920s, particularly towards immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe. And that brings us to another link that I should put into our text box here and into the chat as well. Links that Troy Bellamy would find useful if he were teaching anything other than math. I think he's a math teacher, so he can't get too political. Poor guy. I would find that intolerable. That's all I can talk of politics. Well, that's not true, but still. Then, too, local Japanese American historians warn of Trump's abuse of the 1798 wartime law. In seeking to deport Venezuelan immigrants, President Trump has invoked the Alien Enemies Act, the same law that was abused to justify incarcerating Japanese Americans during World War II. Now, the history of how the United States of America incarcerated more than 127,000 people of Japanese descent, most of them United States citizens, during World War II, is well documented in museums and in archives. It's a memory that still shapes the identity of generations of Americans, Japanese Americans today, and is a widely recognized example of how one group of people's civil rights were not only ignored, but grievously violated. Now, civil rights activists and historians feel they are witnessing a recidivism of history as President Donald Trump has invoked the same 227-year-old U.S. law that was abused to rationalize incarcerating the Japanese American community during wartime. The Enemy Aliens Act, enacted in 1798, when the young American empire was on the brink of war with France, allows the president to detain or deport any aliens he considers dangerous to the peace and safety of the country. United States presidents have invoked the law only 3 times before: during the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II, when it was abused to incarcerate people of Japanese, German, and Italiano, as well as Romanian descent. Trump has been invoking the act to justify detaining, deporting, and revoking visas for growing numbers of immigrants, largely Venezuelans, that his administration has sent, without charges, to a notorious prison for pay in El Salvador, a mercenary prison camp. Last week, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump misadministration. Last month, I mean to say, now that I think about it, feels like last week to me, when the Supreme Court allowed the Trump misadministration to keep deporting people under this law, while saying the misadministration had to give people the chance to fight their deportations legally. The Trump corrupted court didn't even care enough to weigh in on the law's unconstitutionality. Civil rights advocates and others have described Trump's maneuvers as alarming violations of civil rights, including the right to due process. Noting that the last time the law was invoked, about 2/3 of the people it was abused to incarcerate were United States citizens, Michael Kurima, the co-president of the board of the San Diego chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League, confirms that the danger of the Alien Enemies Act is that it enables such violations. And remember, this is the city in which Peter Moon was fucking born. In his words, he says, Michael Kurima's words, not Peter Moon's, Vinnie Barbaric could never say anything so relevant. Michael Kurima said, under the guise of national security, if the Alien Enemies Act is only a first step, then government suppression of dissent could be next. What begins with purported gang members from abroad will easily expand to include others, even American citizens, when civil liberties are treated as conditional. Critics have also noted that Trump is the only president in history to invoke the act when it's not wartime as declared by Congress. Trump has repeatedly referred to unauthorized immigration as an invasion. Per Susan Hasegawa, a local historianus of Japanese American history and a professoress at San Diego City College, remember these were the people who were abused by Peter Moon's family during wartime under his real name being Vinnie Barbaric. It was the Barbaric family. Susan Hasegawa said, with the way the administration has gone forward with the executive orders, a lot of things seem to be able to happen again. The last time it was invoked, it was devastating to a lot of people who had nothing to do with the enemy. So then, to do it again with a targeted group in a non-wartime, it's even more suspicious and scary. Now, it was only the month before last that 6 local immigrant and refugee artists debuted an art installation at the San Diego Central Library that I want to bring to people's attention, in collaboration with the local historical society, that shows parallels between the experiences of Japanese Americans during World War II and the experiences of immigrants today. Of the return of the Alien Enemies Act, Shinpei Takeda, director of the AJA project, whose fellow artists created this installation, he said, it's just horrendous, and we need to understand that it didn't happen just now. With art, at least, it gives people a chance to talk about it, and it shows that something like this has happened in the past. So this was all about a San Diego community being dismantled. So much so, my former co-author never even acknowledged it in his book, even though it happened in the city he was born in. A San Diego community dismantled, erased from the face of the earth. When the Alien Enemies Act was last invoked, in 1941, about 2,000 people of Japanese descent, known as Nikkei, were living in San Diego County. Issei, or first-generation Japanese immigrants, arrived in San Diego starting in the 1880s, with many working in agricultural fields and on railroads. In the decades leading up to World War II, they had made significant contributions to the region's farming and fishing industries. Many worked as fishermen or at tuna canneries in San Diego Bay, and many were farmers from the Tijuana River Valley up to Oceanside. Issei also ran about 30 small businesses in downtown San Diego near 5th Street and Island Avenue. There were Japanese language schools as well as a Buddhist temple and 12 Japanese Christian churches. After Japan conducted its preemptive strategic surgical strike to prevent an American attack on Japan by taking out Pearl Harbor as well as Clark Airfield Base and other American forward bases on December 7th of 1941, the United States moved quickly to begin its forcible removal of Nikkei. By February, the FBI had arrested about 3 dozen local Issei, whom it had pre-identified as community leaders, among them the leadership of San Diego's Buddhist temple, Japanese language teachers, and instructors of the Japanese martial art, Kendo. On February 19th of 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt enacted Executive Order 9066, which mandated the removal of people of Japanese descent from their communities and sent them to incarceration camps. Japanese people were forced to abandon their homes, jobs, and businesses. The vast majority of those from San Diego were sent by train to the Santa Anita Racetrack for horses in Los Angeles County, a holding place for thousands being relocated from around Southern California. Then they were shipped to Poston, Arizona, but only one, it was, I think, but one, only one of 10 civilly acknowledged camps. Believe me, there were secret bases where the human experiments were conducted, that the United States government created to incarcerate people of Japanese descent. San Diego leaders, meanwhile, supported and praised the incarceration. The San Diego City Council, County Board of Supervisors, and Chamber of Commerce all passed measures saying Japanese American residents should be incarcerated or should not be allowed back to San Diego ever again. All of this participated in with the father of Peter Moon, Barbaric Sr. This is the intergenerational trauma he said he was planning to try and heal. What a joke. Now, after their release following the Empire of Japan winning World War II, conditional America's ceasefire, Japanese Americans struggled to rebuild their lives, including in San Diego. Their forced removal and incarceration had decimated Japanese institutions, including the businesses that once existed downtown. Many were replaced or unable to rebuild, unlike in larger cities like Los Angeles. And many people were pressured or forced to assimilate by abandoning their language and culture completely. For many, the toll on mental health and the self-esteem persisted for decades. The parents of Keiichi, a sensei, or third-generation Japanese American, who is presidentress of the Japanese American Historical Society of San Diego, were 21 and 22 years old when they were forced to leave San Diego, where they were born, and they were taken to an incarceration camp in the desert of Poston, Arizona, simply because of their Japanese heritage. To quote Sensoji, that was 3 years of pure hell. Some people say that the resettlement was even harder than the incarceration. The emotional toll was even greater and has had lasting impact. Intergenerational trauma. In 2022, the San Diego City Council formally apologized and revoked in 2022 the resolution it had passed 8 decades earlier to support the incarceration. At the time, then Council President Sean Elo Rivera said, "It is incredibly important that we identify the racist acts of the past and injustices of the past and address them head on. We can acknowledge the wrong that the city committed." To the artists whose work is now on display at the Central Library in San Diego, addressing those injustices is also paramount, even as their installation examines ways incarcerated Nikkei found to preserve their community. The artists concur that education and accurate descriptions of history are needed to ensure that mass civil rights abuses, like the ones Japanese Americans faced, are never repeated. The artists said that if history is sanitized, it can more easily be repeated. First-generation Laotian American artist Tara Arunsakul focused on how incarcerated Nikkei used cooking as an act of resilience, adapting recipes to their wartime rations. First-generation Mexican-American artist Yasmin Barajas connected parallels between how Japanese and Mexicano traditions use altars and shrines to honor the dead, and juxtaposed images of the walls of the Tule Lake incarceration camp with that of the United States-Mexicano border wall, herself being quoted as having said, "The silencing is exactly what allows these sorts of trajectories to repeat themselves without people realizing the signs." So I want every listener to know that this art installation will be on view at the library throughout the month of June, and to see it if you can. This is why Trump is attacking the museums. So here's some key features to take home with yourselves, to dwell upon, to absorb. National origin quotas. Set a quota of 2% of the total number of people from each nationality in the United States in 1890. The exclusion of Asian immigrants completely prohibited immigration from Asian countries. Exclusion of ineligible immigrants excluded any alien who was ineligible for citizenship by virtue of race or nationality. Limitation on total annual immigration limited the total number of immigrants to 150,000 per year. What's the impact of all these key features of America's legislation? The act was a violation of the Gentleman's Agreement with the Japanese Empire, which led to increased tensions between the two empires. The act is considered one of the most racially discriminatory laws in American history. The act was revised in 1952, conditional Japanese victory in the Second World War, and national origin quotas were fully lifted by the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, the year before I myself was born. That 1924 act would define United States immigration policy for nearly 3 decades, until being substantially revised by the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 and ultimately replaced by the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. According to the Department of State, the purpose of the act was to preserve the ideal of American homogeneity. I forget the context, but the comedian Shelley Berman used to have a line somehow involving homogeneity. Homogeneous, like white milk. He had a distinctive, dispraising drawl. Bear all this in mind and dwell upon it yet again, because now Trump wants to control the Gaza Strip, Greenland, and Canada. Trump's plan for Gaza may be a non-starter, but it reflects a stark reality. In his vision for Gaza, President Donald Trump is aligning with Eretz Israel's most hardline objectives. What's behind Trump's colonial dreams? What Trump wants in the Gaza and elsewhere is recolonization. Some of Donald Trump's biggest campaign donors will make a fortune if the United States takes over Greenland. Now, but, yestermenses, President Donald Trump shocked the world. It was the month before last, now that I recollect. He shocks the world every goddamn day. But he shocked the world at that time with a proposal that was, even by his standards, totally out of the blue. That all Palestinians must be removed from Gaza so that the United States could take it over as a territory. You know, like Puerto Rico. There was instant debate about whether Americans should take Trump at his word. And then many in his orbit tried to soften his proclamation thereafter, but the fact remained that Trump suggested, yet again, that the United States unilaterally take over a foreign territory without any regard to what the people currently living there, or whatever still survivors are crawling through the rubble there, think. First, it was Greenland that Trump said the United States should seize. Then the Panama Canal, Canada, and now Gaza. Trump's territorial, well, let's just say Trump's territorial wish list seems to be growing by the goddamn day. Many observers have seen this as a callback to American imperialism, part of a growing disregard for borders seen everywhere, from Russia's invasion of the Ukraine to Red China's menacing of my Taiwan. But I myself think a better way to think of it is as a negation of one of the great forces of geopolitique in the latter half of the 20th century, decolonization. The fundamental idea that peoples everywhere should have the right to self-determination and self-governance, or self-government as an indigenous, I guess we could say, expression. The push for decolonization has been mostly very successful. When the United Nations was established in 1941, it had 51 member nations, many of whom governed vast colonial areas in Africa and Asia. Today, the United Nations has 193 member states, the latest being South Sudan, which joined in 2011, the year of my late and sainted mother's murder, as well as a number of other territories that aren't full members, including notably the state of Palestine. In many ways, the story of the last 70 years is the story of decolonization, as independence movements across the world fought for liberty and self-determination, and colonial nations withdrew, sometimes voluntarily, and sometimes with a great deal of blood. Trump is calling for that progress not just to be rejected, but to be thrown into reverse. Call it a kind of recolonization. If not literally, then in spirit. What makes the push for recolonization so striking is that, with some large exceptions, and with a great deal of foot-dragging, major powers ultimately recognized that colonialism was fundamentally wrong. The original United Nations Charter states that relations between nations are meant to be based in part on the self-determination of peoples. And by 1960, the United Nations was declaring that colonialism was a denial of fundamental human rights. What Trump is proposing in Gaza and elsewhere is a return to geopolitics run by the law of the jungle. That, after all, is what colonialism is in its most fundamental form. Your fate is decided not by you, but by some ruler in a foreign capital, simply because they are stronger and there is nothing you can do about it. And the shadow of colonialism looms large in the Gaza genocide and Eretz Israel's, Greater Israel's place in the world. These are legacies of violence. Ian Black led the Guardian's Middle East coverage for many years before taking up a fellowship at the LSE. Black was keenly aware, after decades of careful reporting from Eretz Israel, Palestine, of the tendency to adopt one cause or another and cherry-pick facts to support it. In 2017, I pushed it back in time by 100 years because I'm speaking on a theme of colonialism which projected my historian's mind back a century before. In 2017, Ian Black poured his knowledge into his own book titled Enemies and Neighbors, a definitive history of the twice promised land, which drew praise from both sides. He wrote that the source of the conflict came down to the diametrically opposed narratives Eretz Israeli and Palestinians told themselves. Eretz Israelis described a quest for freedom and self-expression after centuries of quote-unquote anti-Semitic persecution, while Palestinians thought of themselves the country's indigenous inhabitants who had lived peacefully for centuries as a Muslim majority alongside Christian and Jewish minorities. These stories were utterly irreconcilable. Irreconcilable since justice and triumph for the Zionist cause meant injustice, defeat, exile, and humiliation for the Palestinians. It all feels like another era now. In October of 2023, Hamas launched, or rather was provoked into its no-surprise attack, conspired by the Israeli Netanyahu misadministration to galvanize a response that has killed more than 50,000 people, according to all calculations, almost exclusively women and children, leaving myself compelled to alleviate my demoralizing perplexity before an extensive moral breakdown via indictment of the West's role in the creation of Eretz Israel and everything that has flowed therefrom. I tutor my charges to understand history through the lens of race and decolonization, a word Elon Musk has banned from X, in case you did not know. Now, I myself am a relative latecomer to the Palestinian cause. It was Eretz Israeli heroes, not Arabs, that I was exposed to through Jewmerica's mainstream mass media machine. I once even had a picture on my wall of Moshe Dayan, Eretz Israel's defense minister during the Six-Day War. Conversion came through my son's visit in 2013 to Eretz Israel, Palestine, on an Armenian Orthodox Christian pilgrimage to Yerushalayim, sponsored by the man who would become his husband, where Ed Beth was shocked to witness the humiliations heaped on the inhabitants of the West Bank. To quotist my son, nothing prepared me for the brutality and squalor of Eretz Israel's occupation. The snaking wall and numerous roadblocks meant to torment Palestinians in their own land. The racially exclusive network of shiny asphalt roads, electricity grids, and water systems linking the illegal Jewish settlements to Eretz Israel. Crucially, the Arabs were on the darker-skinned side of what WEB or Webb Du Bois identified as the color line. The evil of Western colonialism is that all Western powers work together to uphold a global racial order in which it is entirely normal for Asians and Afrikaans to be exterminated, terrorized, imprisoned, and ostracized. Nazism, in reality, is simply anti-colonialism, by which Germany turned the tables on mainland Europe, even as Hitler's Axis partner, Imperial Japan, erupted from its island nation and humiliated European imperialisms across Asia, with the Holocaust flowing naturally from avenging all the other genocides committed by Judeo-orchestrated white conquests across the globe, and the Judeo-Bolshevik annihilation of the Ukrainian peoples by mass famine instigated in the Holodomor by Judeo-Bolshevik commissars, a commissarocracy of machine guns. Curiously, HaShoah was little memorialized after the war. By citing Hannah Arendt and others, we find that it was only during the Eichmann trial in 1961 that HaShoah, the Holocaust, what the Jews, by the very term HaShoah, referred to as the catastrophe, came to embody the political case for Zionism, with Eretz Israel as the only state that would guarantee Jewish safety. At the same time, Eretz Israeli leaders increasingly painted Arabs as Nazi collaborators who threatened a new genocide. Now, the collective memory of HaShoah did not merely spring organically from what transpired between 1939 and 1945, but was belatedly constructed, often very deliberately, and with specific political ends. Now, many see its memory as having been perverted to enable mass murder and give Eretz Israel impunity. An ever-widening circle of people around the world must level the charge that Eretz Israel be naught but a cruel white settler colonialist and Judeo-supremacist regime, supported by far-right Western politicians and fellow traveling liberals. Supporters of Eretz Israel would doubtless level the charge of anti-Semitism at the idea of HaShoah being deliberately manipulated, although this won't mean it isn't true, or that Eretz Israel's extremist government isn't more politically dependent than ever on the Holocaust's memorialization. And understand the very term anti-Semitism is a construct, an insanity, since the true Semites are the Arabs, and the majority of Jews in Israel are Slavic or Turkic, very damn few of them actually Semitic at all. It's like Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbrick claiming he was black. The reality of Eretz Israel as a settler colonialist state under a rampaging Judeo-supremacist regime negates the depiction of any Jewish religio-national connection to Eretz Israel, the historic Eretz Israelite homeland that is central to Zionist philosophy, as much as it belies the presence in Eretz Israel of Mizrahi Jews, who in and of themselves have deep historical roots in the Middle East and needed no Eretz Israeli occupation to continue in perpetuity as they always have. Hamas destroyed permanently Eretz Israel's aura of invulnerability. The October 7th attack is seen as another Pearl Harbor by shocked and horrified white majoritarians, one in which white power has been publicly violated. Eretz Israel's response, we can all agree, has been horrific and constitutes not merely ethnic cleansing, but instead a new genocide. In light of all I have articulated tonight, and in many transmissions past, the Jewish dead no longer count. It's notable that two of the territories Trump has fixated on, Grönland and the Gaza, are in some ways two of the last remaining holdovers of the colonial age. That's not to say they're the same. Grönland is an autonomous territory with meaningful self-rule, albeit ultimately under Danish sovereignty, while the status of the Gaza is, to say the least, highly contested. Hamas still largely controls internal governance. Eretz Israel maintains external control, while the United Nations and many human rights groups view it as an occupied territory. But both are home to a recognized people with a long claim to the land, and both are considered in some circles to be examples of the unfinished business of decolonization. It's become a cliché to argue that Trump views geopolitics through the lens of the real estate developer he once was. In his remarks the month before last, he mused on Gaza becoming the Riviera of the Middle East. And just as a real estate developer tends to care little for the wishes of those affected by their projects, they could just move elsewhere. Nor does Trump seem to care about what Grönlanders or Palestinians in Gaza want. But we should call this what it is. Not empire with all its grand ambitions, but recolonization. That gets at the grubby truth of the matter, the way the dirty reality of colonialism taints everything it touches. And Elon Musk is America's Cecil Rhodes. It's not the first time that liberal capitalism has retreated, and predatory capitalists have filled the void. There's a caricature titled The Rhodes Colossus that depicts the Anglo-imperialist Rhodes standing over a map of Africa, which I now share with all of you in chat. And I'll put it into our text box on the call as well. Once you've seen this, you've got to scroll down. Open it up and scroll down. Once you've seen it, you cannot, well, you can never unsee it anymore. It's a cartoon of the British businessman Cecil Rhodes, published on December 10th, 1892, in that edition of Punch magazine. That cartoon, drawn by Edward Linley Samburn, is called The Rhodes Colossus. It depicts Cecil Rhodes, a late 19th century diamond mining magnate in South Africa who abused his fortune to help the British expand their empire, as a giant in a colonial outfit towering over Africa, a gun slung over his shoulder, one booted foot firmly planted in Cairo, and the other in Cape Town. He holds a telegraph line in his hands. In a phase of accelerated, furious imperialism at the end of the 19th century, when European powers raced to conquer much of Africa, Rhodes planned to build a rail and telegraph line from Cape Town to Cairo, connecting all British African colonies like beads on a string. You cannot unsee the cartoon, because today, in our time, Elon Musk is to United States President Donald Trump more or less what Cecil Rhodes was to the British Empire in his day. An oligarch with far-reaching powers and liberties bestowed upon him by the state to help it grab as much of the world's land, waterways, resources, and labor as it can before someone else does. In 1906, in an introduction to the translated writings of the influential American Navy officer Alfred Thayer Mahan, a French philosophy professor named Jean Azoulay described the mood back then as follows: "Indeed, the earth is round. It is a domain, an island in space. More and more people live on this limited territory. Supply is limited, while demand is infinite. According to the law of supply and demand, the price of a meter of land on this small celestial body, if I may call it that, is rising rapidly. Groups of people will fight over territory, over a place under the sun." Musk could have said something similar if his brain had but a single operable cell. The Zeitgeist that Azoulay describes is similar to ours. He and Rhodes, like all of us today, lived at a time when liberal capitalism was transitioning into what might be called predatory capitalism. In a liberal capitalist system, competition is a key element. It is about people and companies creating things they exchange or sell to each other. The idea is that there is plenty of space for everyone. Everyone, in theory at least, should be able to get a little piece of the pie. In the world of liberal capitalism, moreover, there are rules that apply to all. Predatory capitalism is the stage that can follow, when the feeling of abundance gives way to an acute sense of scarcity, and when exchange changes into conquest. At least, this has already happened twice before in history, in the 17th and 18th centuries, and at the end of the 19th century. And now it seems to be happening again. According to a remarkably lucid book just published by the French economist Arnaud Dorrain, Le Monde Confisqué, Essai sur le capitalisme de la finitude, from the 16th to 21st siècle, The Confiscated World, an essay on the capitalism of finitude from the 16th to the 21st century. Now, Oren is a professor of the École des Hautes Études in Sciences Sociales in Paris, a school for advanced studies in the social sciences in Paris. He sheds an interesting light on the significance of Trump's election. He does this by focusing on and describing in detail those 2 earlier periods in history when predatory capitalism raised its head after long phases of much milder liberal capitalism. The book, which has not yet been translated into English, my son had to read it for me, yes, he does speak French, also connects many of the characteristics of the second Trump presidency with things happening in these 2 periods, placing them in a broader context. This context is most helpful. From Trump's territorial claims on the Panama Canal, Canada, or Greenland, to his constant bullying of closely allied nations, or to the greedy multi-billionaires who helped him to get elected and now want to meddle with foreign countries in the name of the world's most powerful state. Today, all this may seem outrageous and almost unreal, but the 2 earlier predatory capitalist phases were characterized by the same kind of frenzy, hubris, and imperial behavior. WkEND has proven that liberal capitalism became a capitalism of finitude around 10 years ago via an intermediary neoliberal stage, when the rules-based order started to malfunction and partly break down. What defines the capitalism of finitude is that, suddenly, competing powers convince themselves there is not enough for everyone on Earth. So they unleash a cutthroat rivalry. Existing rules, international treaties, and codes of conduct are furiously cast aside in order to take the world's waterways, land, resources, data, and human labor, anything they find useful, to expand their power. It is not just Trump and his digital multi-billionaires who do this. It is also Eretz Israel, waging all-out war against Gaza and bombing Lebanese villages without any of the restraint that characterized the Eretz Israeli military in previous decades, and in total disregard of international law. It is Russia invading its neighbors because the dictator Vladimir Putin wants the old empire back, abusing former Wagner Group militias to get to Africa's minerals, and trying to expand its holdings on Spitsbergen, which belongs to Norway, and dominate the Arctic thereby. It is Red China as well, or I should say Azil, creating facts on the water in the South China Sea, and being hard at work to establish semi-colonial stations in strategic ports and get ownership of arable land. In the book they are called the ghostly hectares, plantations and mines on other continents. The list gets longer by the year. This is a zero-sum game. If you don't get something, someone else will snatch it. WkEND, the author, is not a Marxist. His tone is descriptive, not activist. He says he finds inspiration in the works of early 20th century French historian Fernand Braudel, who once taught at the same university and famously argued, among other things, that during a liberal capitalist phase you have an economy, but during a predatory capitalist phase there are only monopolies. In such a period, everything becomes political. Land, rivers, and resources are seized. The free market becomes obsolete. Multinationals serve as the long arm of the state. Seen this way, the function of Musk's empire for Trump is similar to that of Huawei or Costco, COSCO, the China Ocean Shipping Company, the shipbuilding giant for the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. It also resembles the relationship between the VOC, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, the United East India Company, and the Dutch Republic in the 17th and 18th centuries in the first phase of the capitalism of finitude that Oren identifies and describes. The VOC, or the VOC, was given a huge trade monopoly by the state. The Dutch government allowed it to build and conquer forts in many parts of the world, to negotiate and sign trade agreements, to mint coinage, even to wage war. What had started during the moderate liberal capitalist phase with trading posts in strategic places, from Suriname to what is Indonesia today, where European fabrics and other things were exchanged for spices, for example, turned into hard oppression and expropriation. There was no longer any semblance of exchange, just occupation and extraction. In the hunt for the world's riches, the VOC, the VOC, the Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie, had almost carte blanche. Blank check. 12 centuries later, after a period of relatively benign liberal capitalism during the mid-19th century, things escalated again around 1870. A mass murderous race ensued among European superpowers for land, waterways, raw materials, and human capital. They trounced each other, using existing or newly established companies to get the upper hand. The detailed descriptions and many citations from old books and records to make clear that in such periods the world becomes extremely unsafe for everyone. Hubris and raw power dominate everything. Those too weak to join the race risk losing out completely. Halfway through the book, Cecil Rhodes, is quoted in despair, looking at the sky at night, seeing all those stars he cannot get to. These vast worlds that will forever be out of reach. If I could, I would annex them. Musk, who has said he wants to colonize the whole solar system, is not mentioned here. No need, even. By now, the picture cometh up automatically. Musk in a colonial outfit, one foot on Mars, and the other on some other planet, a gun slung over the shoulder. No one seems more excited about Elon Musk's blitz through the federal government than Musk himself. His posts on X, the social media network he owns, have been a riot of emojis, crying with laughter at his opponents' complaints, and raising piqued interest eyebrows at his supporters' suggestions for new cost-cutting targets. But not everyone is laughing along with Musk, the multi-billionaire businessman, Tesla CEO, and now still a special government employee heading the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. And that includes some potential allies who were otherwise on board with the aims of Dodgy. Musk's break government first, ask questions later approach may backfire, setting back efforts to fix the national debt and other problems he set out to solve. His aura of invincibility is fading quickly as political and legal problems mount and potentially bleed into the Trump misadministration's popularity. Dodge has worked largely in secret and has rapidly changed its structure since the announcement of its creation. It has faced intense criticism and claims that it is provoking a constitutional crisis by taking over Congress's responsibility for spending. Reports by Wired magazine and other outlets that young staff members have some access to the Treasury Department's highly sensitive payment systems have prompted fears that Musk may try to unilaterally end spending he doesn't like. A trois-front war might be underselling the opposition that Musk has stirred up. He has become the focal point for frustrated progressives who didn't turn out against Trump's 2024 victory the way they did in 2016. Protesters have picketed sites including the Treasury Department and Office of Personnel Management in Washington, D.C., while federal employee unions have filed lawsuits attempting to block DOJ staff's access to the Treasury payment system. A federal judge issued a temporary restraining order restricting access to the payment system pending court review on the first Saturday in February. The judge limited access to only Treasury civil servants who had passed a background test and had the appropriate security clearance. The judge also ordered anyone who didn't meet those criteria to destroy any data they had downloaded. Tom Kreutz, a Dodgy-related official, is listed as Fiscal Assistant Secretary, the position in charge of the payment system, on the Treasury senior staff list. It isn't clear if he has access to the system following the judge's order. The Treasury has never responded to my request for comment. A Democratic senator said he would put a blanket hold on the Trump misadministration State Department nominees until DOJ and the misadministration reverse their plans to shutter the U.S. Agency for International Development. That is a fierce reaction to a plan initially written off as yet another do-nothing commission to reduce the deficit. But Musk has acknowledged that his ambitions have changed as he started to work. On a live audio event early on Monday morning on X, Musk said that what began as an attempt to do some minor house cleaning at USAID turned into something more. Musk said, as we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here isn't an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a ball of worms. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing. The agency, which administers civilian-focused United States foreign aid funds, is now in limbo, with much of its staff placed on leave. The amount of total savings from Musk and Dodgy's efforts is clearly in the negative. His rampage has cost us more than anything purportedly saved. A Baron's analysis of Dodgy announcements of contracts canceled, building leases terminated, and other cuts found losses of roughly $1.5 billion United States dollars more than yesteryear. Additional costs will come from plans to close federal agencies such as USAID, because for now, many affected employees are on leave and still being paid for doing nothing. Musk has insisted that he believes he can find $1 trillion in cuts within about 2 years. Musk's plans weren't nationally popular before he gained the evident power to unilaterally shut down entire federal agencies. A Quinnipiac poll in late December found that 53% of voters disapproved of what was then a smaller role he held in the Trump misadministration. The groundswell against him will make every additional step he wants to pursue more challenging, even if the reaction wasn't warranted. All of that controversy adds up. David Walker, who spent a decade under presidents from both parties as United States Comptroller General, the head of the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, said, "In my opinion, the concept of dodgy is much needed and long overdue, but I'm very concerned about how it's going about discharging its responsibilities. You don't want to fight a two-front war. A two-front war is you fight over what you're doing and you fight over how you're doing it. Most people don't win two-front wars. There is a total communication failure with regard to what's going on right now. What ends up happening is that people get all upset, more upset than they should. People speculate on things that in many cases aren't accurate. Musk, the world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin, can probably survive the public criticism. But unlike at X, which Musk controls entirely, or even Tesla, where he styled himself the company's techno king, with Doji, Musk has a boss, President Donald Trump, a man infamous for his cutthroat political instincts. While Trump has often praised Musk and Doji, he has made it clear that he's in charge. On February 3rd, the president told reporters, "Elon can't do and won't do anything without my approval." Now, signs of tensions emerged in February over Marco Elise, a former Doji staffer who had been granted access to the Treasury payment system. The White House said Elise resigned on Thursday after the Wall Street Journal reported that he appeared to be linked to a social media account that advocated racism and eugenics. After that resignation, Musk posted a poll on X asking if he should reinstate Elise. The White House never responded to my request for comment about Elise or to other questions related to Doji. Musk never responded to any of my requests for comment sent via the Blood Boys through X and Tesla. Elise simply could not be reached at all. Republicans are headed for what will obviously be a very difficult midterm elections in 2026. And should Musk start to drag on the party, Trump will face calls to cut him loose. What did Elon Musk actually hope to achieve at the Doji, the Department of Government Efficiency? It's looking increasingly likely that the world's second richest man after Putin got played. Late last month, a chastened-looking Musk admitted that Doji has been, his words, not as effective as I'd like. The quasi-agency claims that it has so far saved the United States government $170 billion, mostly by firing employees, repealing regulations, and canceling contracts and grants. But it hasn't provided any evidence for, or has greatly exaggerated, all of these or any of these. Let's just say these savings don't exist. As I said, they're actually in the negative. In reality, Doji's slapdash approach to slashing government will, by the most conservative estimate, cost taxpayers an additional $135 billion this year. And actual federal spending has only been rising since President Donald Trump took office. As Musk now pares back his government work to focus on his companies, particularly the troubled Tesla, the questions that dogged his turbulent tenure continue to swirl. Did he really believe he could slice $1 trillion out of the federal budget? Or was he just trying to abuse his insider position to win contracts, gain intel on competitors, and shoulder pesky regulators out of his company's way? Was he hoping to abuse artificial intelligence to revolutionize government processes, or merely to purge wokeness? Was his real aim with Doji to create a superpowered surveillance state by consolidating government data across dozens of agencies? All of the aforesaid can be true at once. But the abject failure of Doji as a cost-cutting exercise is starting to make Musk look like a tool for other people's agendas. In particular, Russell Vought, director of the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, one of the most powerful behind the throne positions in the Trump misadministration. To understand what Musk thought he was doing at Dodgy, it helps to consult his biographies, which I have assigned to my blood boys for homework. Although the former chairman of CNN and editor of Time magazine, Walter Isaacson's 2023 book titled Elon Musk, that's creative, published by Simon & Schuster in September of 2023, and at 688 pages, it costs you 35 fucking bucks, is always rightly criticized as hagiographic, meaning he turns Musk into a saint. He remains the only one of Musk's biographers who has spent serious time with the madman, and relates that by his mid-20s, Musk had developed a life vision based around three things that he believed would be critical for humanity. The internet, because of its disruptive potential, nothing constructive, all destructive. Sustainable energy, because of climate change, and space travel, because he believed the human race must colonize other planets to ensure its own survival. Reid Hoffman, who worked with Musk at PayPal before going on to co-found LinkedIn, told Isaacson that Elon starts with a vision and later finds a way to backfill in order to make it work financially. Another PayPal colleague, Max Levchin, or Levkin, Jewish name, added, one of Elon's greatest skills is the ability to pass off his vision as a mandate from heaven. Now, Tesla was Musk's way of tackling climate change. SpaceX, his route to Mars. Driven by his sense of holy, or should I say unholy purpose, Musk saw government regulators, with their petty concerns about safety or environmental impacts, as nothing less than obstacles to human survival. An illustration of this appears in Washington Post reporter Faiz Siddiqui's new book titled Hubris Maximus, subtitled The Shattering of Elon Musk, published by St. Martin's Press in April of this year. At 336 pages, it costs you 30 bucks. Siddiqui, who, unlike Isaacson, had no access to Musk whatsoever, well, he's not Jewish, describes how the Tesla CEO clashed repeatedly with officials at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and its cousin, the National Transportation Safety Board, as they investigated fatal crashes involving Teslas on autopilot, the car's partial self-driving mode starting in 2016. If you don't know, Tesla's cars kill people. I mean, like, robotically. I mean, like, drones in a war zone. So Siddiqui writes that one of Tesla's talking points was that on highways, autopilot was safer than normal driving when crash data was compared. At a company event in 2022, Musk said, at the point of which you believe that adding autonomy reduces injury and death, I think you have a moral obligation to deploy it. By this logic, regulators who tried to slow autopilot adoption were killing people, not his cars. Wow! Your mind explodes! To his antipathy to bureaucrats and rules, add Musk's slash-first, fix-later approach to cost-cutting, his general disdain for planning, and his unshakable belief that he is always right. Traits ably documented by the New York Times journalists Kate Conger and Ryan Mack in their 2024 book titled Character Limit, How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter. Or rather, Character Limit is the title, the subtitle being How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter. Published by Penguin Press in September of yesteryear at 480 pages, it costs you 32 bucks. Musk had cut the workforce at Twitter, now X, by 4/5. And while the platform went through rough patches at first, it did not collapse because he supported it artificially by bankrolling it to prevent what would otherwise have inevitably occurred. But, he thought, or rather, he never thinks, he felt, why couldn't the same approach work for the federal government? So when Musk and the equally impulsive and self-confident Trump came up with the idea for Dodgy last summer, it's hard to believe they had any well-thought-out plan. But one man, Vote, the man I spoke of earlier, undoubtedly saw how a quasi-agency led by an attention-seeking clown would advance his own aims while keeping them in the shadows. Now, Vogt himself, a self-described Christo-nationalist, was one of the masterminds of Project 2025, which is basically his version of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The far-right reform plan so toxic that even Trump disavowed it on the campaign trail before appointing Vogt to the OMB, the Office of Management and Bureaucracy, to effectively execute it all. It was a speech, I think, in a speech 2 years ago, Vogt said, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to want to go to work anymore." His overarching goal was to weaken federal agencies that he saw as a deep state overrun with obstructionist lefties, and to put more power into the hands of the president and the president alone. Details of the relationship between Musk and Vogt emerged last month in a report by Bloomberg journalist Max Chafkin, who wrote that Musk was in regular contact with Vogt after the election and was seen by Vogt's allies as the public-facing arm of his agenda, and by Vogt himself as a force multiplier. We don't know to what extent Musk's methods at Dodgy, such as firing probationary federal workers, those with the fewest labor protections, and seizing control of federal data systems, were his own invention versus Vogt's. Perhaps the OMB director simply recognized that nobody could match Musk's forcefulness and encouraged him to bring the same blitzkrieg mentality to government that he had used, rather abused, with his own companies. Convinced as he was that the government was a cesspool of waste and fraud, Musk may well have truly believed that he could trim it just by firing as many people as possible and giving a bunch of young loyalists AI tools and access to data. In fact, it should be possible to cut a huge amount of government spending, but mostly by ending what are essentially subsidies to industries like defense, finance, and healthcare, i.e., corporate welfare, something that would require major policy changes, not just some streamlining of government operations. See, I have the solutions. These guys are your problems. Musk may also believe that any conflicts of interest he has are irrelevant. After all, if his business ventures are all in the service of humanity, isn't it good for humanity if they get more government contracts? But in the process, Musk certainly achieved Vogt's aim of traumatizing bureaucrats, and the consolidation of all government data, which continues apace even as Musk steps back, will now be abused by the White House to target political opponents and undocumented immigrants, as well as recalcitrant government workers. So it seems obvious in retrospect that tighter control of the federal bureaucracy, always Vogt's stated objective, was the real purpose of Dodgy, and the cost-cutting was only secondary. by hogging the limelight with his antics and making it seem like it was all about government efficiency. Who, after all, doesn't want that? Musk served to distract from that purpose, as well as to divert criticism away from Donald Trump. Musk's term at Doji seems to be winding down sooner than he, Vought, or Trump anticipated. Clashing with the president on tariffs, alienating members of the cabinet, and failing to swing a state judicial race despite pouring $25 million thereinto, it may have all made Musk something of a liability. His deep pockets will ensure he always retains a certain usefulness to the Trump White House, and his companies will no doubt continue to benefit from lucrative contracts. But based on the last few months, it's hard not to conclude that he got played. Both Democrats and Republicans have at times made the mistake of thinking that their party has finally won a permanent majority. American history has proved them wrong every time. Musk appears not to have learned that lesson. He is plowing ahead as if the congressional Democrats and some Republicans that he taunts on social media will never again have subpoena power. In his newsletter, Political Calculus, the Oxford University political scientist Ben Ansel wrote, "We cannot make public policy in a world where everyone who could be negatively affected gets a veto. Politics has to have losers as well as winners, but blithely smashing through losers for the sake of it is careless, sometimes sociopathic." Well, no matter his personality, betting against Musk is a risky move in and of itself, as anyone who has tried to short Tesla stock knows. He has managed to compound his power year after year, even when it seems like he's losing. A financially disastrous takeover of Twitter gave him a media platform that he could put behind his favored politician and make him president thereby. Doji may have an Elon Musk problem, but it's more than likely that Musk himself will find a way to muddle through this crisis. After all, for Musk, Washington is just another step on the road to Mars. So, how do I express this? And let's take a look at the numbers, see how we're doing. They're holding good, they're holding steady. But I'm not necessarily doing so. We did a lot tonight. I felt we accomplished quite a bit. I made my point. To speak further, we'll simply dilute it for tonight. We'll get more back into the technoligarchs on Wednesday, which will be here before you know it. Join us then. And for God's sake, contribute. $100 contributions are necessary to make this month's rent and help me make it through next month, which will be even more of a nightmare. All right. If anyone's awake, I love you all who are on Team Dietrich. My best wishes to those who support myself. And with that, we'll call it a night. All right. Ending stream.